Hello, 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 everybody. I want to do um, change that, obviously. What's up? What's up? What's up, folks? So I am late this morning, but for really good reason. Trying to get new setups done. Good morning, Carmen. How are you? Good to see you. Good morning, everyone. And I didn't even change the background, which is horrible. But so let me do that real quick, right? 1 second, folks. I am updating the background as we speak, and we should be good to go. Good morning, everybody. I know that it is what it is. So let me just say this: I'm going to be looking this way now because I'm attempting to update tools and streaming platforms and all the things and TikTok still has my thing under review for being able to use the TikTok Studio Live and all of that. So there are quite a few things that I want to talk about today. Good morning, everybody. What's up, Wawa? How are you? Hey, Auntie Tinker. If you are on Substack, YouTube, or Facebook, make sure that you speak when you come into the room because I don't know that you're watching until you do that. Okay. So let me keep going. Hey, coolest mom ever. What's up, Red Hot? Hey, Win Dixie. Hey, Conchita. How is everyone? Y'all doing okay? What's up, Christine? Hey, Gabe DeBabe. How are you? What's up, Mel Gray? Good to see everyone. Hey, Cassie. What's up? Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Sharon. What's up, Chef Ryan? Hey, Jenny. So listen, folks, I had to jump through hoops today. Like even to Facebook had disconnected my streaming authorization to restream. I had to redo it. I had to do a bunch of other things. It's like I've been like all over the place today getting everything set up, but that's okay. And that's good to go, right? Because we're here, we're live, we're going to do the thing. So things that I am starting to notice. TikTok is changing, definitely changing. There seems to be a heavier meta influence. It looks like they are going to limit the number of subscriptions that someone can gift to someone else in a live and different things like that. So as I get into it more and I find out exactly what's changing, I will update you all. My plan is to have all of that information by Monday, right? So just give me until then to figure out what is going on. That gives us time to get it all figured out and how it's going to impact you guys, how it's going to impact me, and all the things. I want to be clear about something. We have had a couple of we've had a couple of days where we did. What's up, Jeremiah's folks? Glad to see you guys coming in here. We've had a couple of days where we had Palestinian guests on the platform, and that will be something that we probably do, a couple of times a week and all of that. That does not make this a total Palestinian focused live. That's not what my platform is. My platform includes all of the things that impact people, including current politics in the United States of America, which does lead us to Palestine, which does lead us to Israel, which does lead us to Russia and Ukraine and all of those different things, right? So it will be part of the conversation. We also have a lot to talk about with things that are happening at home. So listen, there was no need. I did not feel there was any need last night to do a live or to put up a post that said breaking news, Texas, advance the bill to redistrict and give them 5 additional seats, right? I didn't believe that that's necessary because that's not a damn surprise. It's not a surprise. I think that everybody expected that to happen. They have a majority. In fact, even a super majority, just like Tennessee does. And so just like Congress does right now. And so I don't think that we would expect anything different. At least I know that I don't expect anything different. Hey, Rosalind, good to see you. So it just is a thing. But hey, Obscured. But the thing that needs to be focused on is, okay, so now that they've done that, what do we need to do in response? What needs to happen in response? And one of the things that I really want to be driving home to people is that it is not about anyone falling in love with the Democratic Party. Nobody is asking you to do that. What I am saying is, without a shadow of a doubt, we cannot be voting for Republicans in any upcoming elections if you would like to continue to have your rights as a human being or as an American citizen, right? Love that. Hey, Lisa, appreciate that. So I just I think that it's really important for us to say that falling in love with the, I don't know what that means, Lisa. I know today's the 21st. What does that mean? You have to help me. I don't know what that means. If there's something special about today's date, I don't know. Um, Help me with that. Oh, thanks, Rachel. I can give some of that credit to Stacy D. For those of you who do not know, our Stacy D. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it, Carla. It is the 21st. I was like, girl, I know what day it is. Obviously, I do. It is movie day. But let me see if I can fix that really quickly. It is movie day. Yeah, my background, because I changed the title but not the date at the top because I was too busy doing 1,000 things. Girl, I need context. Lisa, when you say something to me, I need context. When you just say today's the 21st, I'm like, I don't know what that means. So if you had said your banner says the 20th, I'd have been like, yes, got it. I know I need to change it. But when you just say that, I can't help you. Tracy Kelly, I invite you to come to the panel and have a conversation with me. How about we do that? Can everybody hear me well and all the things? I just want to make sure because, like I said, I do have a different setup today. I need to let me update this Canva stuff. So ignore the fact that it says that today is the 20th because it's not, it's the 21st. And I am doing my best to change that. So give me just a second. Girl, no problem, Lisa. Hey, what's up, Amy? I know you were trying to help me, but yeah, with everything that's going on, I need more than today's the 21st, right? Thanks, Samson. I appreciate that. So folks, do me a favor. If you are new to my live, do me a favor and put a 1 in the comments. TikTok is not happy with me. I can tell that by the numbers that are up there, and that's okay. I don't expect anything different. But here's what I know about TikTok, just like I know it about Facebook, just like I know it about everybody else. Yep, I'm gonna get to it in just a second. Sandy, give me 1 sec. I'm trying to change the date and update it and keep talking at the same time. What all of these corporations have in common, hey, blue and green, what all of these corporations have in common, from Meta to TikTok to Twitter to all of them, they have money in common. And here's what I know. It doesn't matter if they like the subject matter that you're talking about. If it attracts viewers, if it brings them money, they don't give a shit. And the algorithm will work in your favor. So that's the key. The key is to get as many people as possible in the room, get as many people as possible liking and sharing the live, making the algorithm work in your favor. That's the key. They don't care about anything else except the mighty dollar, right? Which isn't as mighty as it used to be, but that's what their priority is. So the focus for me is to get on a set schedule for the live. I thought I would be able to do it this week because I thought Mila was already starting pre-K, but she hasn't yet. But that's the goal. Hey, Ronnie, good to see you. And so that is the absolute focus. Now, guys, it's going to look like I'm going away for a second on TikTok. I am not. I've just updated the graphic and I'm going to put it on for us. So give me 1 second. It'll look like I'm leaving, but I'm not, I promise. 1 sec. Here we go. See, I'm back just that quick. Good to see you too, Grandma Rocks. Good to see everybody. I need to change this background and then I'm going to update you guys down here for a second. When I tell you that that I have noticed some things, I really have noticed some things in terms of streaming and views and whatever. Having said that, how many of you guys were in yesterday's live? If you were in yesterday's live with me, put a yellow heart in the comments if you were on the live with me yesterday. Thank you, Enrica. I appreciate that. If you were here yesterday, put a yellow heart in the comments. So even though it only showed like 300 people and such in the room at different times, I want you all to know that when I got off of the stream yesterday, just on TikTok alone, we had 7,000 viewers yesterday. So even though it might have seemed like there were only several hundred people in the room, when I got off TikTok yesterday and I got my little numbers, it was 7,000 people that had watched the live yesterday at some point for whatever. And so I wanted to let you all know that so that you are clear. as to, the fact that we are having a reach no matter what these numbers say sometimes. And so I just want you to know that. And that doesn't include any other platforms at all. That's just those. If you what do you want me to do? This thing is wanting me to do something, and no, I don't. Okay, so I'm going to try to update this graphic over here very quickly as well. Okay, so I just wanted you all to know that when we were on the last time, and I had DJK and Jabber and Mohammed OS and a couple of the others on. Oh, I love that, Carla. I need to join that live. But when I got off live yesterday, y'all know it was family time. I literally cooked dinner. I cooked pasta for the girls and burgers for Dominic and my daughter and all the things. And so it was just family time. And then I just wasn't feeling well. So I laid down. That was yesterday. Now, what I want to say is this. When we were on that other day, I didn't even finish pulling the rest of the numbers. So I thought I was going to switch from Restream to StreamYard. And I have decided that I'm not going to do that because StreamYard does not offer you analytics. You have to go to each individual platform to get those analytics. And I'm not about that life. I need easier solutions, and Restream gives them to me. So I've decided to stick over here. So without doing all the other, what I know is the last time that we had all of those folks on the panel, we had over 11,000 views that day. Yesterday was 7,000. So just so everyone knows, right? In terms of being able to reach people. What's up, Joan? Where you been? Where you been, Joan? That's what I want to know, because I ain't seen you. And we need to fix that, sis. But I think it's just important that that we keep all of those things in mind. Okay, so now let me do this. I'm also bridging the gap, having used Macs for the last 10 years to now doing both Mac and whatever the hell this is, Windows, I guess. And they are not the same. One of these things is not like the other. They are not. And so I'm bridging the gap all over the place. So just bear with me as I do all of these things. Okay. So yep, Sandy, I sure will. I appreciate. Yeah. What the hell is this, Cam? Exactly. So I'm almost finished giving you guys over here an updated photo with the right with the right date on it. With the right date on it. But I was talking to my daughter about this, and I want to share this with you all just so that you know. I really feel like, so first of all, things that I'm noticing. I am noticing, hey Beth, good to see you. I am noticing more streamlining across all of the platforms, right? And what do I mean by that? I'm meaning that I've never had TikTok ask me in order to apply to stream on the studio. I've never had it ask me like, what is my other streaming platform, and give me the URL to it. But it did today. It is asking me to give it. And I did. I gave it my Facebook URL and send it the viewers over so that it would know and go from that. And then we'll just see what happens. I know. Okay, we know that from Project Esther, we know that it is definitely the intent of the Heritage Foundation and the GOP. Hey, Tammy, good to see you. We know that it's their intention to have platforms and to have organizations be reluctant to platform or to share anybody that is pro-Palestinian. How do I know that for sure? I know it because they put it in writing. I know it because they put it in writing. So there's no guesswork. I'm not saying something that's not true. I'm not trying to make something seem worse than it is. Nope. I'm just telling the truth and shaming the devil because they put it in writing. So call me crazy, but when someone shows me who they are, I believe them. So what does that mean? That means if you want to be heard, and if you want to be one person that can speak facts and be seen, and you don't have, hundreds of thousands of dollars, because I don't, right? Not now, not right now, not in my bank account. I don't. But if you want to be able to do that, then you've got to make yourself lucrative enough for those people to platform you, because they will want money more than they want anything else. That much we know to be true. So my goal over the next 90 days or so is to build this platform and to build this presence up in such a way that all of them will want the algorithm to work in my favor because it lines their pockets. That's the goal. Listen, I'm not Mehdi Hassan. So when MS now fires him, I don't have the backing that Mehdi Hassan has to build Zeteo, which, by the way, if you do not follow Mehdi Hassan, if you do not follow Zeteo, Zeteo, I highly recommend that you do, right? Highly recommend that you do. He's fantastic. He's amazing. He's informative. And I recommend that you do. What's up, Pin 1010? Good to see you. So, listen, folks, when you come into this room, saying up will not get me to bring you up on the panel. Appreciate you, Beach Bum Wannabe. That's not what will get me to bring you up on the panel. I'm just letting you know that. That's not the way that it works, okay? I am very careful about this live. I am very careful about this platform. And unless I have folks that I know that that can speak on your behalf, I don't just randomly bring you up, right? So I'm just letting you all know that. What's up, Siberio? How are you? All right. So what do I want to mention very briefly about what happened in Texas. And what I'm talking about is not the fact that they passed the redistricting bill. Okay. It's not that. What I want to talk to you about in Texas is the fact that that they wanted to silence that representative who was being interviewed, and she was in the bathroom, and they were threatening her and telling her that she was breaking the law. Right? I want you to be very clear about what this is. This is a direct attempt to steal an election in front of your face. Now, when I say that, what do I mean? When you are intentionally gerrymandering, when you are redoing districts, when you are redoing maps in between the census, that's not ethical. That is not legal. That is not the process in which we do things. And the only reason you attempt to do that is if you are trying to take something that is not yours. Mehdi Hassan, I follow Mehdi Hassan and Zeteo, which is his media company. I follow them on Substack, and I highly recommend that you do. Listen, so if we know, let me just say this, if you know that they are closing polling locations, do you know what you need to start doing right now? Organizing on how to get people to the polls. Did you hear what I just said? If you know that they are closing polling locations, your responsibility right now is to look at what locations are they closing, what people do they serve, and how do you make sure that people get to the polls? And let's be clear, they're not doing Trump's bidding. They are doing the Heritage Foundation's bidding. They are doing the GOP bidding. They are doing the Koch brothers bidding. They are doing Peter Thiel's bidding. Those are the people whose bidding they are doing. Donald Trump, listen, folks, this is not his plan. He might be the head of it, the Trojan horse in which they have put the whole agenda behind, but they are not doing his bidding. He is doing someone else's bidding. He is doing whatever it is that they have lined out and laid out for him to do. And so he looks like the Grand Master, right, Granola Child? He's the face of it. That's it. Right? So here's what I want to do. Here's what I'm saying to you is what I want, because here's what I see mainstream media and even a lot of independent media doing, because okay, can I call a thing and maybe make some people not so happy? Can I do that right now? Okay, here's what I want you all to do. I want you to name for me your top 5 independent media. Give me your top 5 independent media influencers, whatever. Give me your top 5. Who are they? What are they? And there's a reason why I'm asking this. There is a real reason why I'm asking this. which I would hope so, right? That I'm not asking for no damn reason. All right. So Aaron Parnas, who else? What's up, Rocky Dean? Democracy Now, NPR, PBS, BBC, Al Jazeera, Ground News. Okay. That's a lot of those. Danny, Felice, Midas Touch. Got it. What's up, Wicked Chris? Good to see you. All right. So let's talk about it. Reuters. Okay. So here's what I'm going to ask you very quickly. How many of them are reporting the same things? How many of them are reporting the same thing? How many of them are the breaking news, GOP, Trump, whoever just did ABCDXYZ? Damn near all of them, right? Oh, I love that, Sean Brown. Sean Brown says Trump is the avatar of their grievance. Right. Most of them. I would agree. Okay. So this is my thing. What makes them any different? I want something different for us because I believe that different is what we need. So what I want to do is I want to talk about those things but I don't want to say, so here's what I don't want to do. What I don't want to do is say they're closing polling locations, which is a great piece of information to know that Joan provided us today. Right? Democracy Now! Is a little different. Love that. Yep. And I think Democracy Now! Comes from a legal perspective, right? A lot, which I love. I happen to love the legal perspective that Democracy Now! Comes from. Okay. So let me just say this. Here's my thought process. What has to happen at this point in time is different information, or similar information, but with calls to action, with things to tell you what to do. So, and by the way, if you all don't, so here's what I found to be interesting. So yesterday I got into the DSCC's political PAC. And did you know that you can go to the FEC website? You can look up the DSCC, which is the Democratic Senate whatever. Congressional campaign. Democratic Senate Congressional Campaign is DSCC. When you get into their PAC, you can actually look to see who they spent money on. They spent a lot of money going to Mark Elias. So how do we begin to unravel? How do we begin to unravel? Right. I love Mark Elias. Hear me when I say this. I love Mark Elias. Hey, itty bitty cakes. Now follow me. Follow me. We've got the DSCC giving Mark Elias a lot of money to fight all of these legal battles in court that we need fought. We need them fought 100%. And we also know that the DSCC is taking a ton of money from Christian and Israeli supporting political PACs. What's up, Doug? Right? So I just sit back and I go, you know what? We have to start having a talk. And this is where I believe that people where I believe the Democratic Party is losing people, because they are saying, listen, you're kissing me with your lips and kicking me with your feet. Right? You're doing both. You're talking out of both sides of your neck. You're telling me that you care about human rights. You're telling me that you care about democracy. You're telling me that you care about Medicaid and you care about Social Security and you care about all of these things. Meanwhile, you are taking tons and tons and tons of money to support a government and a leader in Netanyahu that is intentionally starving people, that is taking land that doesn't belong to them, right? I mean, come on, because we are in cahoots. We are in cahoots when we look at our weapons, when we look at the amount of testing and collaboration that the United States of America does with Israel. There's no denying it. And there's no denying that Congress is complicit. And that means regardless of what party you belong to. So that means we have about 14 and a half months to get to the people and to get the right people running for office, regardless of party. How do we do that? I don't have the answers. I don't have the answers. I do know how to ground. I do know how to organize. I know how to grassroots organize. I know how to do that. That I know how to do. I know how to communicate information to people. I know how to help people have productive conversations. I know how to do all that. I am not Oprah. I'm not Tyler Perry. I'm not Beyonce. I ain't got none of their money. I'm not the Koch brothers. I'm not George Soros. I'm not any of those people. But I still believe that the people are more powerful than those people and their bank accounts. And you might say, how is that possible? But because I think so, because I think no matter what they spend, when people hear a message that resonates with them, when people connect on a human level, it supersedes everything else. You can't change my mind. Listen, when you become certain of a thing, it doesn't matter what anybody says to you. When you know that you know that you know that you know, you become unshakable even in breaking environments, no matter how much money they spend. And so this is something that I think that we need to be talking to our friends and our neighbors about. We have to start finding a way to have these conversations. So somebody said to me yesterday that Jasmine Crockett took money from AIPAC or from Israeli supportive political PACs under a different name. I heard that, and I do not know that to be fact. If someone knows that name, if someone knows where I can find that information, please make sure that you send it, because I would love to know. Because I believe that we should be calling out every single one of those people. I don't care what Democratic leader they are. You've had that connection and fire since you were 16, 17, and 2008. It doesn't go away. No, Michael Anthony, it doesn't. It doesn't go away. Can I explain what about those special elections, Karen? Yeah, so we do have, not only do we have 4 special elections happening this fall, we also have the Commonwealth of Virginia and the state of New Jersey that have statewide elections. All of those things are happening in about 3 months. So this is when we have to be active and about what can we do to help. Okay, so things that you can do to help. Okay, real talk. Things that you can do to help. All right. So this is where I'm going to sound contradictory, but I promise that I'm not. Let me tell you what I'm going to say. Oh, no worries, Michael, at all. Okay, so let me tell you what I'm about to say and why some people might say, but what about what you just said? I'm going to connect it all to you, right? What's up, DJ? Yeah, good to see you too. All right, so listen, here's what I'm about to say. Here's what I'm going to say it unequivocally across the board. Right now, every Democratic candidate that is running for office in special elections and in New Jersey and in the Commonwealth of Virginia need to win. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Even if they took pro-Israeli money, they still need to win right now. Because here's what I understand more than anything is if we lose the United States of America, we will never be able to help Palestine. If we lose, I'm going to say that again. If we lose the United States of America, we will never be able to help Palestine. So, like it or not, those people have to win for today. For today. And then after that, they can either get on board with a humanitarian global agenda, putting American citizens at the top of that list, right? So what do I mean by that? When I say putting Americans at the top of that list, the reason I say American citizens at the top of that list is because I mean American citizens before American corporations. American citizens before American corporations. See, when I say Americans first, I don't mean instead of immigrants. When I say American people first, American citizens first, I mean actual human beings and not fucking corporations. Yes, Jilly K, this moment requires them to win. But listen, you can help people win and still hold them accountable. You can help people win and still hold their feet to the fire about their choices and what they do and how they vote. Because a change is coming. And I will tell you what I mean by that. You have never seen this much awareness. At least I have not. And I thought about this, y'all. Okay, so when I wasn't very politically engaged, because there was a time when I was not, I remember going and having to wait in line in the early 2000s because we didn't have gas. Do y'all remember that? When we were like, "Oh my god, there's a gas shortage," and you had to go wait in line to get gas in the car, and you needed to hope that you were one of the cars that was getting right? Do you remember? But when I wasn't politically involved, I didn't know what happened and why that was the case. I just accepted it as some shit happened and right? How many of us understood at various times in our history and in our lives that the things that we were experiencing were a direct result of the people that we have put in office and our relationships with other countries around the world, right? I didn't. I didn't connect those dots. So when we say today, so there's a lot of frustration today where people are saying, how can people not know? How can people not be informed at this point? How can people not be concerned about politics the same way I wasn't 20 years ago? The same way I was struggling to to pay my mortgage and take care of my kids and get my VA benefits and right? Well, so but I didn't grow up in a household that put politics in the forefront. I did not grow up in a household where there was a conversation all the time around the importance of voting, which is crazy because I'm biracial. My parents got married in 1964, 3 years before the Loving case. You would think that the importance of voting and politics and policy and elected officials and judges would have been a regular discussion. But I'll tell you what, then I think about this, right? I think about the fact that my father passed when I was 6 months old. My brothers were 5 and 8 at the time. So you had my white mom raising three biracial children in Northeast Tennessee in the early 70s, right? What does that look like? And how much was left over to think about politics, candidates, policy, international relations? How much is left over? And this is another place of privilege. When you have money, you have the privilege of not having to spend your emotional currency, not having to spend the currency of your time and your effort in just figuring out how to live. And you can be worried about all these other things, right? If I don't have to worry about how to pay my mortgage or my rent, if I don't have to worry about how to feed my kids, if I don't have to worry about is my car going to break down or do I have transportation to work, if I don't have to worry about, are my kids going to be unalive going to the bus stop at school, right? Hey, Vern, if I don't have to worry about those things, what's up, Sandra Doyle? If I don't have to spend my time and my emotional currency about those things, I have time to focus on politics. I have time to understand the connection between the candidate, right? The policy and the impact on real people. So again, that's that financial privilege. And then what do we know in the United States of America? If we are speaking specifically about demographics, what demographic group of people, what group of people substantially have more of that economic privilege than anybody else? Who are those people? We're going to call a thing today and write it on out. And if you're offended, the first thing that I would like for you to do is ask yourself why. If something I says like strikes you or makes you go, or you feel a little bit of resistance or whatever, I'm going to invite you to explore that. I'm going to invite you to explore why you're feeling that way. And then I'm going to invite you to request to have a conversation about it if you'd like to. Right? So, yeah, for the people that are in the comments and you're saying white people, you are accurate. And let me just be clear, that's not a racial statement. What I just said is not a racial statement. It's a fact. How about that? Thank you for subscribing, Mike. I appreciate it. Right. It's just a fact. So you don't get to take something that I say that is a fact and make it racial. You don't get to take something that I say that is a fact and make it anti-Semitic. You don't get to take something that I say that is a fact, right? And make it anything other than what it is. The statement isn't driven because people are white. Nope. The statement is driven because economic privilege has historically, factually belonged to white people predominantly in the United States of America. So the driver behind that statement is the fact about economics. Right. I do know that some people are allergic to facts. And here's what I would say. There's this theory, right? That the more that you are around something, the more tolerant you become of it. So I encourage people, if you are allergic to my facts, come more often so that you can become used to them, so that you can improve your tolerance level to them, right? And if that doesn't work, take whatever medication you need. Okay? That's what I'm going to invite you to do. Okay? Because we got something, I have set up here, hey, NYC for Palestine. I have been thinking so much the last few weeks, because here's the thing, I am empathetic. When people say you're an empath, right? I think all of us should be empathetic. And I think all of us have the ability to be an empath to whatever degree that we allow ourselves to. So listen, if you are not an empath, if you cannot feel people, that is because you are numbing yourself. And you have to ask yourself what kind of trauma response you are engaging in that is causing you to numb being able to feel the pain of other people. And by the way, this is something that I learned from Brene Brown, and I love it. If you are numbing your ability to feel pain, if you are numbing your ability to feel hurt, then you are also numbing your ability to feel joy. You are numbing your ability to feel love. You are numbing your ability, because listen, when you numb a nerve ending, you don't get to selectively numb it. So to the degree that you can feel hurt and to the degree that you can feel pain is to the degree that you can feel love and compassion. And so it becomes our responsibility. What's up, Cheryl? Good to see you. So can I? I'm hesitant to say a thing. I'm hesitant to say a thing because even though it's true, I wonder if I should be the one to say it or if someone else should say it. Y'all know what I mean? Because when you say it, sometimes people are like, "Oh, well, you're saying it." Yes, I know it has been, but I will in a minute. Because sometimes when people say it, people will say, "Well, you're just saying it because you're a hater or you're jealous or you're this or you're that." And here's the thing, I have none of that for anyone. I love anybody that is doing that is successful and celebrated. I also think that we have a habit in this country of uplifting people who are part of the norm that already exists. I'm going to say that shit again. What's up, Dr. Emmy? In this country, we have a habit of elevating and uplifting people that are part of the norm that already exists. The bias of being right. Well, here's my thing. I don't think that there's anybody in the world that is surprised to see the social media influencers that have been elevated to a national level. Are any of you surprised at any of the people? So let's play a game. Let's play a game. So name for me the TikTok, Facebook, whatever, Twitter, social media influencers that have been elevated now by mainstream media and mainstream journalists. Name them. Let's name them. Who are they? Who are the people that started on social media and now are so Charlie Kirk, Politics Girl, Parker and Dean, Aaron Parnas. Yep. Candace Owens, Midas, Brian Tyler Cohen. Okay, so now let's play a game. What do they all have in common? Mehdi Hassan doesn't count because Mehdi Hassan started in mainstream media. They all white. and what else are they? Predominantly men. Ooh, yep, rage baiters to some degree. They're almost all men. And they're white. Now, so listen, I don't consider Candace to be somebody that started on social media. Candace Owens had a blog, right? But Candace Owens got picked and became part of the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire is not mainstream. What's up, Cam's husband? Right? Jody over on YouTube says Native Americans had a saying, "Don't judge a man until you've walked a mile in his moccasins." It's a pretty good definition of empathy, in your opinion. Yeah, I agree. But here's my thing. I shouldn't have to walk a mile in your moccasins to be able to have empathy for you. See, if I have to walk a mile in your shoes in order to not judge you and see your perspective, that's not empathy. That means it has to happen to me before I can do it. And that is not empathy. Empathy doesn't require me having your same lived experience. Empathy, as a matter of fact, says I don't have to experience it to feel for your experience of it. I don't have to see 23 members of my family unalived in the 28 years of my life, like Abu Faraj has, to have empathy for him. I'm going to say that again so that you catch the numbers that I just said. I do not have to lose 23 members of my family during the 28 years of my life like Abu Sarraj has in Palestine to have empathy for him? Jody says you have to have enough imagination to put yourself in others' place. I don't think that you do. See, that is still requiring me to imagine it's happening to me. See if this makes sense, Jody. If I have to imagine it happening to me, that means I'm still only interested in my damn self. And that again is not empathy. Empathy means I don't got to think it's me. It doesn't have to be me. I don't have to be able to picture it being me. I just can feel you experiencing it. Empathy means that I am so connected to my fellow humankind that I can feel it for you. I don't have to experience it or imagine it as my experience. I can feel it as your experience. If I have to imagine it's me, then I'm making it about me. I'm just saying. And empathy is the exact opposite of that. Empathy is saying it's not about me. Empathy is saying it's not about me. It has nothing to do with me. And it is still that important. Empathy says it has nothing to do with me, but I still feel you. I don't have to imagine that Bilal's newborn is my grandchild. I just got to see that beautiful little face, know of their existence, and I can already feel what that must be like. Hey, Queen Latuti, how are you? So this is one of the reasons. So listen, I can talk about grassroots mobilizing and organizing all day long, and I will talk about it all day long. But what if I told you that that in and of itself is not enough? That in and of itself is not enough. Do you want to know what the problem is, folks? We are disconnected. We do not know how to experience vulnerability. We do not want to feel pain anymore. People are so tired of being disappointed, of being hurt, of being let down, of all of those things. And people have just said, nope, I'm going to shut it all off. I would rather cry at a TikTok reel and then go on about my business. I think folks want to be numb. And when we say folks are numb, let me tell you something. In order to be numb, you have to work at it. In order to not feel, you have to be intentional about it. So, what is required at this point? Oh, hey, the profile that's JD Vance that's calling me a true patriot. Hi, I'm so glad you're here. I would love to talk to you about Palestine. I would love to talk to you about Medicaid, Social Security. I would love to talk to you about SNAP benefits, housing, and your vacations. And I would also like to talk to you about this dumbass bill right here that says an American citizen that goes and fights for the IDF in Israel should be treated the same as a citizen that fights for the United States of America. I definitely want to talk about this fuckery. Can we talk about? Nope, that's the wrong bill. That's another bill that's fuckery. This one right here. I want to talk about that one. So, if by some slam chance you're the real JD Vance on another vacation, come on up here. You are the next contestant on the Dani Cook Show. Bring your ass all day long. Somebody check and see if JD Vance is still in here, because I doubt it. I'm just ready. See, here's the thing. I want everyone to have empathy and I want everyone to have vulnerability. And at the same time, let me say this, I will call you a thing and hold you accountable for your actions. And that too is done in love. Listen, if you ain't never grown up in church, do y'all know anything about church love? Do y'all know anything about when one of the mothers of the church comes over and says, "Honey, I just want to say this in love." Do y'all know what that means? Do y'all know what it means when somebody in the church says, "Do y'all know what that means?" Come on, there's got to be some other Southern Baptist church. Come on now. Yeah. So everything that I'm going to say to members of the GOP. Everything that I'm going to say to Trump supporters, everything I'm going to say to people that are supporting Benjamin Netanyahu and the illegal occupation of Palestine and the intentional starving of Palestinian people. Everything that I say to you is going to be said in love with all my Christian roots. Right, Gabe to Babe, and I'm going to hold your hand while I say it. Just just saying. Now, for those of you all who are watching and you might be saying, "Dani, what bill are you talking about?" Doug, if you're still watching, you'll find this interesting. Ethan, if you're watching, you will find this interesting. I'm going to read a proposed bill to you. And for those of you all that are in Pennsylvania, if your representative is Mr. Reschenthaler, if you're in Pennsylvania, and your congressperson is Mr. Reschenthaler, or if you are in Ohio and Mr. Miller is your what's up, Jeremiah, and your representative is Mr. Miller. I'm talking to you all because these are the two individuals that introduced this bill that was now referred to the Committee on Veterans Affairs. Let's look up and see who those people are. Committee on Veterans Affairs. This is what I want. I want to know the members right now. All right. So the Committee on Veterans Affairs. Serving our nation's veterans. We're going to talk about it. Who are you all? Members. Hector says, when the old church moms say that, some backhanded comment is coming, quote unquote, in love. You are correct. You are correct. Brad says, you tell them the way it is. As long as we have democracy, we have freedom of speech and expression and everything that is free. Absolutely. So follow me. So the chairman for the House Committee on Veterans Affairs is Mike Bost from Illinois. The Republican members are Amada Coleman Radowagen, Jack Berman, Nancy Mace. Jack Berman, by the way, he needs to be out. Jack Berman, goodbye. Goodbye. There are amazing people ready to take your place. Callie Barr, let's go. So, Nancy Mace in South Kakalaki, Marionette Miller Meeks, Greg Murphy, Derek Van Orden, Morgan Luttrell. So let me give you the states when I say their names. So listen, if you live in these states, these are your people to contact. You ready? Mike Bost, Illinois. If you are in Illinois, this is who you need to be contacting about this ridiculous bill. Mike Bost is Illinois. You've got Amada Coleman Radowagen, which is she's American Samoan. Jack Bergman, Michigan. Nancy Mace, South Carolina. Marionette Miller Meeks, Iowa. Let me just say something. Just when I read her name, Marionette, what do y'all think I think of? Anyway, Greg Murphy, North Carolina. Derek Van Orden, Wisconsin. Morgan Luttrell, Texas. Juan Ciscomani, Arizona. Keith Self is Texas. Jen Kiggins, Virginia. Abe Hamada is Arizona. Kimberly King Hens, the Northern Mariana Islands, and Tom Barrett of Michigan. If you are Democratic members, the Democratic ranking member is Mark Takano, California. Julia Brownlee, California. Chris Pappas, New Hampshire. Sheila Shervelis McCormick, Florida. Morgan McCarvey, Kentucky. Delia Ramirez, Illinois. Nikki Budzinski is Illinois. Tim Kennedy, New York. Maxine Dexter, Oregon. Herb Conway is New Jersey. And Kelly Morrison is Minnesota. These are the people that you need to be contacting about this particular bill that I'm going to read to you right now. So this bill, folks, as you can see, is HR 8445. And I'm going to read this bill to you so that you can understand the absolute fuckery that is coming. And for all of you folks that are GOP folks, for all of you that are America First, all of you all that are the thank you for your service people, all of you all think that Republicans Republicans are so veteran friendly and they support our own armed forces. If that is you, listen up. Yes, Sherman, HR 8445. So here's what it is. This is a bill that's being sponsored by Mr. Reschenthaler and Mr. Miller. Reschenthaler is from PA. Ohio is Mr. Miller. You ready? To amend Title 38 United States Code and the Service Members Civil Relief Act to provide for the eligibility of the United States citizens who serve not in the United States Armed Forces. I know that's what you think is coming back. That's not what I'm about to say. No, it's HR 8445. Yes, it was, Lisa. Hold on one second. Oh, sorry. Hurry up, please. Oops, hold on. Here it is. But here's the thing. It's still introduced, Lisa, and it's still at that particular committee. And so it needs to be done away with, period. It needs to come on down and get done away with it. And now it is saying, so the bill says it was referred to the Committee on Veterans Affairs, but on Congress's website, it says that it was referred to the Subcommittee on Economic Opportunity. Isn't that fucking funny? Well, I don't know what they did with it. It went to committee, but that doesn't mean it's dead. So this is the thing. When a bill gets referred, when a bill is introduced and it goes to a different subcommittee, it's just kind of delayed. It's not like it's gone anywhere. It's not dead. It's just kind of like deferred. It's punted, so to speak. But the things that I think is interesting about this is that it was introduced May 17th of 2024. Right, until they're ready to deal with it. And in July of 2024, 2 months later, it was sent to the Subcommittee on Economic Opportunity. So the question that I have for you is, what is the economic opportunity that exists for the United States of America to give full veteran status to citizens that go fight for Israel? I'm going to say that part again. So this bill was introduced last year. And let me read the bill to you. Let me just tell you what they want. Yes, this is what they want. It says to amend Title 38 United States Code and the Service Members Civil Relief Act to provide for the eligibility of United States citizens who serve in the Israeli Defense Forces for certain protections related to such service. And it says, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled. Section 1, eligibility of United States citizens serving in the Israeli Defense Force for benefits under USERRA, and the SCRA. USERRA is that it would be amended by adding the following new section: treatment of service in Israeli Defense Forces in general, for purposes of this chapter, to the extent practicable, the service of a citizen of the United States in the Israeli Defense Forces shall be treated in the same manner as service in the uniformed services. So, wait, service for Israel is the same as service for the United States of America? In what fucking world? In what world? Can you tell me any other country that says service to another country is the same as service to us? Make sure you know a veteran. If you know a veteran, let's talk about it. It doesn't matter how many Americans are or aren't fighting for the IDF. What matters is that they want to introduce legislation that says that if you fight for Israel, it's the same as fighting for the United States of America. That's what matters. And I don't care if it's one of them. One is too damn many. Come on up here, Juno. You want to talk about it? Let me finish reading what it says. And then it says, the secretary shall prescribe such regulations as may be necessary to implement this section. The table of sections at the beginning of such chapter is amended by inserting after the item relating to section 4335 the following new item: 4336, treatment of service in Israeli Defense Forces. And then under SCRA, Section 104 of the Service Member Civil Relief Act, which is 50 U.S.C. 3914, is amended by striking, quote unquote, a citizen and inserting a quote unquote, in general, a citizen, and by adding at the end of the following new subsection, service in IDF. A citizen of the United States who is serving with the Israeli Defense Forces is entitled to the relief and protections provided under this act if that service is similar to military service as defined in this act. The relief and protections provided to such citizen shall terminate on the date of discharge or release from such service. And then the applicability says the amendments made by this section shall apply with respect to service performed on or after the date of the enactment of this act. Now, I just want to talk a little bit about what this says before we dive all the way in. What I want to know is, what did the United States of America know about Israel and the elevation of their occupation in Palestine a year ago? That's what I want to know, first off. So the two sponsors of this bill is Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania and Mr. Miller of Ohio. So whenever I see a bill that's been introduced, I'm always curious about the timing of a bill. So what would cause U.S. Congress to introduce a bill that says if an American citizen fights for the IDF, they'll be treated the same as if they were serving in the uniform services of America, of the United States of America? What would cause it? What did we know? What did Reschenthaler and Mr. Miller know about the IDF and people serving for the IDF a year ago? What did they know? Why would we be doing this? And why would we be doing this instead of addressing it in the MOU that we have with Israel for 10 years? Why would we be doing this as a law instead of addressing it in the MOU that we have with Israel? And then what is the economic benefit to the United States of America? Because you all sent it to the subcommittee on economic opportunity. So what the fuck opportunity is there for money? And here's what I would like to know is, do veterans care that there's an economic opportunity for people that go fight for another country when we don't have enough economic opportunity for our veterans right now? when it takes you 6 to 12 months to get certain appointments already. And their solution isn't to hire more staffing at the VA. Their solution is to fire staffing at the VA and then attempt to elevate the privatization of the VA's services. Oh, because they do. So Texarkana Mama, why would American citizens fight for the IDF? Because there are Christian Zionists in the United States of America that would serve in IDF, in feeling as if they are fulfilling scripture, right? To create this nation of Israel for it to be whatever they believe it's supposed to be. That is why. That is why I said, dear Christians, the call is coming from inside the house. You want to know about corruption? Christians, you're afraid of big government. You're afraid of somebody treading on you. You're afraid of corruption. You're afraid of SA of children. You're afraid of secret networks. Dear Christians, the call is coming from inside the house. Christians, you're concerned with your children being indoctrinated and being groomed. The call is coming from inside the house. Then the bill is HR 8445. It was introduced, let me be clear, it was introduced in May of 2024. It was sent to the Subcommittee on Economic Opportunity in July of 2024, and it's just sitting there. So what happens is when they introduce a piece of legislation like this, it's just been punted. Now, in my lovely opinion, here's what I think. I think it's real simple. You get this shit in motion before the election happens. So in case Donald Trump wins, you're already setting things up for this conversation with Israel and what we will want to do. What kind of Christian would volunteer to harm Palestinians? Unfortunately, please vote 25, a lot. Unfortunately. So I do have two veterans that are sitting up here with me. And so I will I'll go to Jen and then to Jeremiah.
Hey, Dani.
Hello. What's up, my friend?
Very clearly to that bill and those people, and one of them is from my state. Fuck you. It took me 3 years of begging and pleading to get VA help when I got out.
Yeah.
So screw you.
Yep. 100%. Yeah. I don't know any other way to say that, but 100% fuck you. I think about the fact that we have Black people that served in the Vietnam conflict, like my daddy. We had Black service members that came home and couldn't use their VA benefits to buy a house because they was Black. But all of a sudden, we're cool. Well, Kira, it hasn't been voted on. I want to be clear. This bill has not been voted on. It is not law. It has been punted and given to a subcommittee. I just want to be clear about that. But I want you all to connect all of the damn dots. Right? So
I saw this last night and just took a glimpse at it, and I'm still vibrating from how mad I am.
I'm trying to think. What the fuck was I about to look up?
When did they put that bill? Last
No,
year?
yeah. So no, I knew that part. So they introduced the bill on May 17th of 2024. It was sent to the Subcommittee on Economic Opportunity on July 17th of 2024. And then and that's where it's at. So it was punted, but it's not gone. It's just punted. So you will see this happen. So sometimes if there's going to be significant opposition to a thing, they'll make a motion and get it sent to subcommittee because they don't want people to testify about it. Sometimes if they don't have the votes, they will send it to a subcommittee. They'll make a motion, they'll send it to a subcommittee, and then you can't do anything about it, right? And this is why it's so important for everybody to let folks know that it even exists, because quite frankly, this is my thing. You either support active duty military and United States veterans, or you don't. It's just that simple.
So if I'm not mistaken, Van Orton I think he's like the main Republican for the Veterans Committee. He's a veteran, but votes against veterans all day long.
Yeah, well, because he's first and foremost, he's GOP.
Right. And then Luttrell, he's just a piece of crap. He's a veteran, and he's done dirty things his entire career.
Which ain't nothing new.
Nope.
Yes, baby.
Okay, the bill says that if a United States citizen goes over and serves in the IDF, they're going to
Yes,
get
he
the
did.
basically the same benefits as a veteran that served for the United States military.
We don't know yet, baby. They're gonna have to. They'll do an examination to figure out why. We don't know yet. So for those of y'all who,
Jeremiah would talk about this last night. Sorry.
that's okay. So for those of y'all who know me, you know that I have grandbabies, and we love the Georgia Aquarium. And we woke to the news this morning that Taroko, who is one of our male whale sharks, had been getting sick, and appetite had changed and all of that. And despite all of the care that they were giving him, they did the humane thing, and they euthanized him last night. So Mila just walked in here and she said, she said, Tutu, why the whale shark get sick and die? I said, baby, I don't know. And she said, but why the whale shark? I don't know. They're going to do an investigation, and then they'll find out, you know what I mean? Cause they're going to, and all of that. But as soon as we saw it this morning, because that's our jam, we love them. And so, but our other male whale shark is doing great. But Taroko was there for almost 2 decades, for 18 years. He was rescued from a Taiwanese market, because they eat them, and he was named after it's a Taiwanese national park, and so the Georgia Aquarium said that the Taiwanese national park is bigger than life, and that is what Toroku will always be to them. So yeah, anyway, I wanted y'all to, that's what was, I gotta do the tutu thing. So yeah, yeah, you do have, it is difficult to explain, right? Nope, Mama Dukes, I'm waiting for the call. That hopefully will come today or tomorrow. But anyway, yeah, so Jen, this is my thing. Well, I don't know how old he was. I just know that he was at the aquarium for 18 years. F and E Jet, I won't even say that like a joke, right? Because I'm not trying to make, thank you for saying that though. You just sparked what I was getting ready to look up. Hold on. And we talked about this before, but we're going to talk about it again. And maybe we'll read it in depth. We read Project Esther in depth. We have not read this document in depth, and I feel like we need to do that, so that everybody has a clear understanding of what this is. So when we talk about why we would be giving United States citizens that go and fight in the IDF the same protections and provisions as veterans, right? When we say that, I want you to understand that is part of it, is also coming from the folks that are at the Heritage Foundation. So the document that the Heritage Foundation put out on March the 12th of 2025 is a special report. And the title of that special report is U.S.-Israel Strategy from Special Relationship to Strategic Partnership, 2029 to 2047. Now, what does this mean? So every 10 years, we reevaluate our memorandum of understanding that we have with Israel. So the current memorandum of understanding ends in 2028, which just so happens to be when the election is. Okay. And so the Heritage Foundation has outlined in this document what they believe our relationship should be with Israel moving forward. And let me just see if I can kind of give you some of the key takeaways from it, so that you all know what the plan is. So here we go. I know. Okay, here we go. So here are, so let me tell you the people. These are the people that wrote this at the Heritage Foundation. It is the Catherine and Shelby Cullum Davis Institute for National Security and Foreign Policy at the Heritage Foundation. The Catherine and Shelby Cullum Davis Institute for National Security and Foreign Policy at the Heritage Foundation is who did this special report. Okay. When you say, why is Israel so important to us? Because we have Christian Zionists. That's why. I don't know any other way to say this, y'all. We don't benefit. Israel is not our most beneficial relationship. Let me, again, Israel is not our most beneficial relationship. So let me see. I'm so tired of hearing K-pop, y'all. I am so tired of hearing. If y'all have kid, you know what I'm talking about. But Jesus, I can hear it over there. So Tracy Felt Rutherford just said, okay, you just sparked my memory of something that I saw earlier this morning. And it says, okay, now you just sparked my memory of something I saw way too early this morning. An American who went to Russia and participated in that conflict was given a medal after returning home. WTF. Yes, Rendezvous. Mila is like, listen, she will have that shit on her tablet, on Netflix, on everything at the same time. I'm just saying, it's a lot. Because do you want to know why? Because I can hear it right now. I don't even know, like, what am I singing? Ugh. But anyway, that's what she's listening right there. Oh my God, it's your alarm clock. I cannot. Okay, so let me give this to you all real quickly so that you hear. These are the key takeaways that they have. So, oh, and that was what I wanted to look up. Okay, not me doing 3 things at once, but yes. Oh, wait, can I tell y'all this one thing? It's not just about money. I want to make sure that people understand. So part of the benefit that we get from our relationship with Israel is the testing of our devices. The testing of our drones, the testing of our weapons, the testing of our stuff. We get it. We get to do that with Israel. We get to give it to Israel and we get to let them try it out on Palestinians. And then we get to judge the effectiveness of it because the United States government has certain regulations about those types of things. And so that is how we get around a lot of it. So yeah, go ahead, Jeremiah.
Sorry, I was just responding to a comment in the chat. I apologize. Yeah. I understand why they're doing it. I'm glad you brought up Project Esther because when you asked the question, what happened last year, that was my initial thought after you reading through Project Esther with us was, man, that sure seems to come at an awfully opportune time in their rollout of this new fucking document. And because that was last year on October 7th anniversary, right? That they rolled that out.
They did. So I don't know if you guys can hear Jeremiah or not. Let me put this mic over here. So Jeremiah is telling you that Project Esther, which was also written by the Heritage Foundation, was rolled out on October 7th of 2024. Salam Mohammed. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
And so what baffles me, I was partially coming up because I didn't know if Jen was at work, if she was going to be able to come up live because we did have this conversation.
Assalamu alaikum.
And alaikum salam, Mohammed.
Salam.
Salam.
And it broke my heart to hear the struggle that she went through with the VA. And I know it's frequent. I know it's everywhere. I know everybody struggles with it. I struggled with it, and she turned me on to a company that helps with that, because I just, out of sheer frustration, I literally threw my hands up and said, F it. You know, if they don't give a shit enough to care about me, then why am I going to just go through this headache? It shouldn't be a fight for me. And my service wasn't, in my mind, as great as others, but I still signed that dotted line and was willing to do whatever I was asked to do for this country.
Yeah.
And the fact that so many of us can be overlooked, and there's so many of us way worse off than you, Jen, and I, that are out on the streets with no one covering for them, no one caring for them, unhoused, unmedicated, uncared for, and we're literally going to throw more money towards an Israeli cause over, with all this fucking America First talk, we're going to throw more money their direction and remove money from veterans here in the States suffering now. And ones that have been suffering, like you brought up your dad, ones that have been suffering since Vietnam and fighting and struggling to get the recognition and the care they deserve. And now we're going to turn and hand it over. The one thing I did see, and I was going to ask you about this morning, I'm glad you're talking about this, was I saw a part in the bill that was talking about while they're, it said something, it denoted like while they're still in service.
I am so sorry, wallahi. Now in Gaza, brother, يعني, please. Now in the fire in Gaza. Now in the fire.
He says they're now under fire in Gaza.
Ya Allah. Oh my God. Yes, sister, yes. Now in the fire.
Is Muhammad safe? Are you?
There's no such thing.
I mean, I know it's a dumb question, but I mean, as
no.
Yeah, it's a dumb question.
Yeah, there is no such thing. Here's the thing, things that I think is something that I think is really important is, we have seen live, right? Mohammed sharing with us what's actually happening. Yesterday, my daughter sent me, I'm going to share some of these in the Discord so that TikTok doesn't get me, but she sent me things specifically from her friend that is in one of the medical complexes there. One of the images that I have is that of a 6-month-old that unalived simply because of the no baby formula. And this is coming from the ICU charge nurse at a particular hospital complex. I woke up this morning and saw someone that I met at a conference years ago, at a seminar years ago, who I'm just Facebook friends with. I don't know anything more about this individual other than that her husband is a rabbi, and she is like a teacher and what have you. And she woke up today sharing, what's up, Phantom? Sharing this post. So apparently there is a TikTok influencer. They didn't say his name. He's a Palestinian TikTok influencer. And so they had put up like 3 separate pictures of him over certain years where he's gained weight. And her remark was, but they're starving, LOL. And she's laughing because this particular one person who's a TikTok influencer from Palestine has gained weight and put on weight. And she's saying that because this is true for this one person, which, by the way, I don't know if it's true because I don't even know. What I didn't like about the post is they didn't put the person's name with it.
Sister Dani.
Yeah.
Dani, I am so sorry. Now in a very strong blessings.
Very
I
strong
know speak
resistance.
English, شوي English. يعني very strong. Yes.
I hear children.
Yes, sister.
Can you tell the people where, Mohammed OS? In Gaza, where in Gaza?
Danny, I was going to mention Yusuf in the chat. He's a person that's been verified by DJK. He was up in my live yesterday, just so you have a heads up on that.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Because, you know, if they don't verify, I don't, he's not requesting up right now.
Okay.
But if you request up, I can do that if DJK verified.
Yeah.
Okay. So, for those of you all who, this is what I wanted to give you. So the Heritage Foundation that put together this special report about the United States of America and Israel's relationship and taking it from special relationship to strategic partnership. And those are the exact words that they use. I'm going to tell you what this, what they're saying. It says the key takeaways, because they have a strategic framework that they want to use. And oh yeah, hold on. Can I have, because y'all know I have 1,000 tabs up. Okay, so here are the key takeaways. There's 3 of them. You ready? Number 1, the U.S.-Israel relationship is one of America's most strategically vital partnerships, anchored in shared democratic values and common threats. I think the first thing that I would ask is, what shared democratic values? Because what I see now, if we could take out the word democratic, if we could just take democratic out and we just say shared values, then I might agree. I might agree, because what I see Benjamin Netanyahu arresting protesters in Israel that are speaking out for Palestinian people, the same way that I see the Trump administration arresting protesters and people who also speak out in favor of Palestine or against the immigration tactics of the Trump administration or what they're doing in DC. So if by shared values, you mean infringing upon the rights of human beings for their free speech, yep, I will give you that, Heritage Foundation. You're right on the money, right? But that's what that is. Number 2, according to the nation, they say the U.S. should elevate its relationship with Israel to a strategic partnership, which requires changing the security and commercial paradigms in the Middle East. Now, what does that mean? When I think about changing the security paradigms in the Middle East, that to me is a green light for Israel to do whatever it would like to its neighboring countries. That's what I hear. When I hear changing the security and commercial paradigms. So when I think of commercial paradigms, I think about the members of OPEC. I think about the other countries that have certain relationships with us from an economic and a trade perspective and what that looks like. And is this an attempt for them to give Israel a green light in terms of those things? What's up, Stacey D in the place to be? Good to see you. Mohammed, I wanted to tell you yesterday, our live yesterday on TikTok alone had 7,000 views yesterday. We had 7,000 viewers yesterday on TikTok.
Yes, sister.
Yeah. So every
sister,
every
no speak English. No speak English. I am so sorry.
That's okay. Where is can somebody get so does anybody know Zuhair Hussein? Does anybody know Zuhair Hussein? He says he can translate, but I don't know him I don't know him to do that. So I don't know if A Money is around or DJK is around or any of those folks or Jabber even. I don't know if any of those folks are around and available, but if they are and they can come in, that would be great. And then the third thing that it says on this Arabic, you sent it to them. Thank you. I appreciate it. So also I have this question, Shantae, you might be able to answer it for me. Can someone share with me the oranges? Because I see the oranges in like A Money's profile name and a lot of other people. Can somebody share with me what the orange means, what it stands for? If somebody can do that. Brandy, did you mean to request? You definitely can. I did not mean to do that.
Do you need Brother Muhammad translation to English?
I think we have a couple of folks. Zuhair, where are you located?
I'm in Chicago.
You're in
Salam,
Chicago?
Salam, how are you? I appreciate your live. Yeah, I came in a few times, and we appreciate what you are doing.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Give me 1 second. So, Shantae, you were going to tell us about the Clementine?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm actually at work, but I have like some time before I get a call.
Okay.
So our the ones with the oranges, like me and A Money and Abu Siraj and Spades, and there's like a few others like on the app too.
Yeah.
We are starting a grassroots organization. It'll soon be a full NGO, but we're going to be helping like already trusted, established NGOs within the Gaza Strip.
Okay.
So that is what that's for. It was like a little tease before we got like the 202 form.
Yeah.
So there's people with the there's actually people with the oranges in their name, and they had no idea what it was, but they just did it.
I got it.
They did it subconsciously, but we've already started distributing like flour and stuff like that under the organization's name using Abu Siraj, and there's another person who's in Gaza who, you know, he's out of like communication right now. It's phone issues, but he's in the north. So we've already established like distributing like flour and stuff like that to families under the organization's name.
Okay.
A Money has like the videos and things like that. So
I know A Money said she was going to send me some more things. I put Abu Siraj's GFM. It's in my link tree. Just a couple of other things, and so I need to check messages from her, and I will add some more. I'll add whatever she sends me.
Yeah, I know. I spoke with DJ K because I'm not gonna lie. I use your live as a podcast because half of the time it's crazy busy at work, so I can't come up.
Yeah, no worries.
I heard it yesterday, and I was like, you know, I can. Like I've been around like majority of the people. Like I know Muhammad and Bilal for like over 2 years. Like this whole time I've known them. So there are like some like links who, you know, these people don't have access to anymore because like the person who's in charge or something like that just like unfortunately like ghosted them, or like the website shut it down or something like that. So you definitely have to like look into it. But I did tell DJ that I can help you with that, like on the back end. They will.
Mohammed.
شانتي now in the fire in Gaza. يعني قصف عنيف الآن.
Okay, hi Dani, hi everyone. Shanti, how are you?
Bilal.
Thank you.
يعطيك العافية محمد.
Habibi Muhammad, just we want to share now there is a big targeting from here in Gaza. And I think all the day the occupation used the reports to bombing for the buildings here in Gaza, in Hay Zaytun and Jabalia refugee camps. And this is places near for us because we are living here in Gaza City exactly. We can hear the big voices from this. And I think that the occupation said they started the operation to entering for Gaza, and the people right now need to evacuate for another area, maybe for Sayrat and Deir al-Balah, maybe in Khan Yunis. So we are right now under attacking under the big genocide, wallahi. And the people right now live in the bad situation because all the people need to travel for another area and live in this area.
So for those of you guys that are on YouTube and Facebook and Substack, are you able to hear what they are sharing with us about what's happening in Gaza today, like literally right now as we speak? Are you all able to hear what they are saying and what they are describing? Sometimes when they turn cameras on, we can literally see the flashes from the booms that are being dropped and the things that are being done. So I just want to know that you all can hear it as well. Hey, Money, good to see you.
You can drop me for A Money if you like.
Okay. Yeah, girl. I need help translating.
You can drop me if you need to, Dani.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Jen. So let me do.
Dani,
I know you got a message.
I think Janti can translate it for Arabic.
I was looking at hi guys. I was looking at my Discord. I was like, Dani needs help.
Yeah, like, girl. Listen, y'all don't have to. I know Habibi.
Amani.
Salam Muhammad, كيف حالك?
Listen, I know Salam and Habibi.
Salam Muhammad, say كيف حالك? Say كيف حالك, Dani.
Say what?
Say كيف حالك.
كيف حالك.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
Yes, that means how are you?
Okay,
look, he answered. He said alhamdulillah.
Allah ysalmik.
Okay, I got it. See, y'all gonna be teaching me. I'm gonna have it down in a little bit.
Well, let's go, girl. Let me share this to the show, though.
I am down all day. Yeah. So I tell him I love to see him smile. That does my heart good.
بتحب how do you say smile?
ابتسامة.
Thank you for
الابتسامة تبعك كثير يا محمد.
بتحب.
Yeah. Love to see you smile.
الله يسعدكم يا رب، الله يسعدك. وقولي لها وقولي لداني انه احنا بغزه بنحبها كثير، وكشعب فلسطيني انه احنا بنحب اي حدا بنصرنا وبنصر قضيتنا العادله على وجه هذه الارض. يعني قضيتنا قضيه عادله وبسيطه، ولكن الاحتلال الاسرائيلي انت بتعرفي اماني بتم يعني بقتلنا ويريد ابادتنا، يعني يريد إبادة الشعب الفلسطيني. هي منهج الاحتلال. منهج اليهود هو قتل الإنسان بس. يا الله.
I think the fact that
I heard it.
Yeah, we heard it. He was basically saying him and people in Gaza, they love you and they appreciate you and they appreciate you giving them a voice to be heard. That was basically it. That you guys have to understand with the Arabic language, it's literally really, really hard to translate every word because it's so much more beautiful in that language than it is to translate in English. So everything he said about you, it was beautiful. You have to understand that. But like translating it in English, it doesn't come out the right way. But I want you to know that he appreciates you. He loves you. Your face brightens up his day, like all of that stuff. All that stuff.
Same. I love just to see him. So I see Bilal smiling right now. And it just does my heart good. It does my heart good. I was saying earlier today, so A Money, we were talking about just this connection. And I don't think that people really understand the connection between the United States of America, Israel, and what is happening to the Palestinian people, and what is also happening to American citizens. I don't think that people really understand that it is all connected together, and it is all being driven pretty much by religion, right? Christianity is kind of the key to it all, and that's the part that we have to start communicating to people, because I don't care if you believe that you are a Christian, if you believe that you serve a loving God, if you believe any of those things, you cannot support what is happening, period. Not here or there.
100%, I agree.
Yeah.
Can I add two things, if you don't mind?
No, I don't mind.
About the orange, it is because Palestine, it is they have a lot of fields to produce in huge quantity citrus. So it's known for that, okay? And also, I'm going to add, I believe what's going on, yes, the Palestinian, we are paying the price. I believe we are going to free the whole world. People, they are awakening up what's going on in Palestine. And when you see demonstrations, whether in Europe and European countries, as well in US, in universities, these people, they have the same pain like we have. And I know that their pain because of they are frustrated on their corrupt politician. The politician, they do not represent them. They were owned, they were bought by the APAC and the Zionists by the money, and they don't they don't represent what should be done for the best of the country and the best of our children wherever we are located. And they are putting the interest of the outsider ahead of the interest of, let's say, US. And that's what's going on. And I'm sure you have seen Anna Kasparian and Cenk and Abby Martin and I forgot Katie Halber. All these people that are expressing what's going on. We appreciate every voice coming and seeing what's going on for Palestinian. But thanks for awakening, and we are paying the price, heavy price. What's going on, whether it's in Gaza as well as in West Bank. They are these settlers or these gangsters. They are attacking villagers, burning houses, burning cars, and unaliving even American citizens in many villages, especially northeastern of Ramallah. And we have just a few murders were unalived by these criminals, and while the ITF is watching them doing nothing to protect.
Yeah. I'm gonna. So over the last couple of weeks, especially in the last few days, I'm noticing different things with TikTok. And so, like, Heather just joined me, and she is answering the question that I asked at the beginning of this live about independent media. She just put in the comments, the Young Turks. Somebody else did that a minute ago. It is interesting that the feed. It appears that the feed is being delayed to some people in certain areas. Because they're answering questions that I literally asked an hour ago, which is absolutely crazy to me. But it is happening. So I think that, so there are some of y'all, let me say this to everybody. People are going to have to make a choice today about whether you do it today or tomorrow or whatever. But if you are someone that says, I'm going to speak out against what is happening in Palestine and in Gaza and in the West Bank and in Texas and in Washington, D.C. and in California, if you are going to be someone that is going to use your voice to call out these things that are illegal, I don't even like the word atrocities, because it's not enough. Like there's not a word in my language that is enough to describe this. But I need you to understand that you will not have privacy. You will be known, and you're just gonna have to say, this is what I believe in, and I'm gonna continue to call a thing. So I need for people to understand that this is the way that it works. This is the way. This is why the Israeli government shares their surveillance techniques with us, and this is why there's the AI and the identification for facial recognition and all of those different things, folks. This is nothing. Listen, you're going to have to choose who you are in
Dani.
This moment. Yes, Mohammed.
داني أماني انفجارات عنيفة الآن في انفجارات عنيفة now in the fire in Gaza now.
We could hear the explosions in the background when he was off mute talking to my daughter.
Right now there is a big explosion because I think that incubation making explode to building residential squares by the birds, and entering the reports for our buildings and bombing these reports for the buildings. Because that we are hearing a big voices about it.
No problem, Caroline. So they're taking out the supports for the buildings. That's what I hear him saying. Yes. Okay. Where will you go? If this continues, where will you go?
Wallahi, Dani, we didn't know, because all the area in the south, there is no area, because a lot of people from Rafah and Khan Yunis right now in Nusayrat and Deir al-Balah, and there is no area. And the occupation asked us to leave this area to Deir al-Balah and Nusayrat, and we asked the people there if there is any empty area, but they answering there is no empty area. And now, wallahi, we don't know where will we go. And the situation not good, wallahi, and we are ask myself and ask ourselves. That's the same question, yeah.
Yeah, like where will you go? Oh, it is very frustrating. Money. It is very frustrating because we don't like people who really want to help, right? Sorry. I don't know how to help.
Wallahi, I think that's so bad. Wallahi, this is the fact. This is the fact. The situation so difficult, and the people right now preparing himself to evacuate, but we didn't know where will we go. Maybe we are waiting the occupation decide. Maybe the occupation go out from some area from Rafah to debate out. But we are waiting still now. I think there is today meeting in Israel between the army and Netanyahu, and after they decide about it.
Dani, as we all know, there is nowhere to go. They tell them to go to the south. They go to the south. They get B1B.
Right.
They tell them to go to the north. They go to the north. They B1B. Go to the central. B1B. Go to the where the waters are. They get B1B over there as well.
Right.
There is nowhere safe on that strip, to be honest. The whole about 80% of the strip, their buildings are knocked down. Their intention was to make it a parking lot from the beginning of this, and that's exactly what they did. They're just living in tents as of now, but there is no safe place to go.
So, Amani, did you see the report today from The Guardian? So for those of you all who did not see it, The Guardian reported they obtained confidential data from the IDF. And according to the IDF's own numbers, 83% of the casualties in Palestine are civilians. They, by their own numbers, they have only unalived 8,900 military fighters in Palestine, which would mean of the 53, 54, 57,000 people that have been unalived at this point, that's 83% are civilians. Has anybody else seen that report?
Yeah, they predicted only 8,900 of them being combatants. Yeah, Money, I sent it to you. That's the one I sent you early this morning. It came from...
It's from The Guardian.
972 Mad. That was the first time I seen it. And then, yeah, it was in The Guardian. It's in News 18. I took screenshots and I sent it to her because I know like something like that's going to get scrubbed.
Yeah.
But so, yeah, I definitely saw that this morning.
The Guardian is one of the outlets that I actually support, right? Because they will typically call a thing, and I think it's really important for people. Like I said, like you just said, it will get scrubbed. So we are the people that will be documenting history, and this is something that I do want to give you all just as a reminder. What is different today than 100 years ago and 200 years ago is that we have the ability and the capacity to be the documenters of history. They can't erase but so much, no matter how hard they might try, no matter what they might do. There are too many of us to document history for them to be able to get rid of it. So there's no undoing that information. So this is why it is so important that everyone be sharing that information across your social media platforms all the time about what's happening in Texas, about what's happening in DC, about what's happening in Gaza, about what's happening in the West Bank, about all of these things. This is our responsibility, period.
I want to add one thing, if you don't mind. It seems, it's the whole world is against what's going against the fighter in Gaza, because these people, the only free people in the world. And our neighboring countries, they don't want to see any freedom in the Middle Eastern area at all, and they want, including Europe, US as well, the Zionists, they need us to be slaves. And we are not going to be slaves to nobody except to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to our God. That's it. And then that's why they are trying hard to suppress Palestinian no matter what. And remember, Egypt, very complicit regime. He will not accept to have clean people in the neighborhood, in his neighborhood, because it's going to affect Egypt in the future. That's why he is not allowing food or water or medicine getting in, even when the people came from Tunisia and North Africa to come to Jordan, to come to Gaza. They stop them out. And it's unfortunately, they are all these regimes that are complicit against Palestinian, because we want to be free people all the time, and they don't want to be us free at all. That's the difference.
Yeah, and I think that people, this is the thing, and so when I hear you talking, and when I listen to Mohammed and Bilal, and I ask questions, when I ask, like when I say where's there for you to go, like I know there's probably, like, there's nowhere for you to go. I guess I just hope that there's somewhere for you to go. And this is my thing, when people talk about October 7th, I want to be clear. It saddens me that October 7th happened. And what saddens me the most is why it happened. And it happened because Israel refuses, the government of Israel, right? The Benjamin Netanyahu refuses to stop the illegal occupation of Palestine and allow the Palestinian people to be free. And I'm just going to tell y'all something. This is something that I did not accurately understand. I did not understand that they have virtually lived in an open air prison for decades upon decades, for almost 80 years. I did not understand that. How many of you all are like me that you did not have that understanding? I didn't understand that it was an apartheid state, and certain roads for certain people, and yellow license plates and white and green license plates, and all of those things. I did not see all of these people. I hope that Bilal and Mohammed get this. These are all of us are saying we did not understand. And now that we understand, we have to say something. We have to share. We have to, all of these people, these were people that just had no idea. And so this is the thing that I think is so important. And it's one of the reasons why I hope that you all have hope, because when people do understand, they do care. When people do understand, the majority, not all, because some people are assholes, but the majority of people, once they understand, they do care.
Right.
Yeah. Joanna says, I came to understand in 2013. Yeah, see, I did not. But I think about, so this is, again, I think in the United States of America, I think oftentimes Black and brown people didn't understand because we got our own stuff, right? We're dealing with Mike Brown and Philando Castile and Sandra Bland and Tamir Rice and Trayvon Martin and Breonna Taylor. And you see how I can go on and on and on, right? There's this other thing. And so when you are, when you have your own struggle, it is difficult. Okay, great, Brad. I'm glad you can hear now. It's difficult to have that bandwidth, but when we understand that they are all connected together, listen, when we understand that it is all connected together, then we understand that by being connected to each other, when everyone that is oppressed, when everyone that is marginalized, when everyone that is targeted understands that the people in power that are doing that, whether it is to Black and brown American citizens, whether it is to Palestinians, whether it is, it doesn't matter. When we understand that we are all, that the people in power are the same. And there are more of us than there are of them. And that is why I have to care about what's happening in Palestine. I have to. Because it's part of what's happening here. And the techniques that are being used in Palestine, they want to be used here. How about that? So when people say, worry about home first, I am, damn it. Oh, and on that note, I'm going to give you a little bit of information. And when, if Bilal or Mohammed comes back to provide more information, I'll be happy to let them speak. But I want to give you all some. Y'all know I love data, and I love to give people information. So you ready for this? Okay. I said this yesterday, and I'm going to say it again, but then I'm going to give you money. You ready? I'm going to give you dollars. Okay. So here's what we've got. Israel is the largest cumulative recipient of U.S. aid. From total aid from 1946 to 2024 is over $300 billion. $300 billion from the United States of America to Israel. Of that, you have roughly, it's $80 billion in economic aid to Israel. $80 billion in economic aid to Israel. $228 billion in military aid to Israel. In comparison, the United Kingdom, the UK, y'all, the UK is $78 billion in economic aid. You have to drop, you'll be in the, okay, got you. And militarily, $10 billion. Okay. If I go to Ukraine, y'all want to know Ukraine, don't you? Y'all want to know Ukraine. Ukraine, $42 billion in economic U.S. aid, $71 billion in military aid. Ukraine. Do y'all understand? Okay, so let me just put it together. Egypt is second. Egypt is second. And Egypt's numbers are $168 billion. Israel is over $300 billion. So what does that mean? That means that the United States of America has given almost double the aid to Israel than the next closest person. How do we fix it? Lisa Marie, I love when people ask this question. So, hey, DJK, part of how we fix it is this. We do this by sharing information, by sharing facts, by informing our neighbors in a way that is not divisive. Now, when I say that, let me be clear. My stance is very simple. You cannot, in any circumstance, vote for a damn Republican and GOP. You can't. And I'm not saying that because they're Republican and GOP. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that because they are 100% doing two things at the same time. They are wanting to seize the institutions, academic, financial, and governmental institutions of the United States of America in order to dominate the American people. And they are supporting the measures of other countries that are doing the same, specifically Israel. And when people say, why is Israel so important? Because Americans are so damn dumb and uninformed and undereducated that they do not understand that the state of Israel today is not the Israel of the Bible, and Christianity and Christian Zionism is not an excuse to commit genocide. Period. That is why. And I'm just going to call a thing a thing. We're going to tell the truth and shame the devil. That's what we're going to do today. I don't know any other way to say that. Hey, Abu Saraj. Good to see you. So when you start to understand, so here's what I'm going to give everybody homework. These are in my link tree. You need to be, I want you to read Project Esther. Now, when I say I want you to read Project Esther, the last few pages are the end notes. So you can read 29 pages. You can do that, right? And then I want you to turn right around and I want you to read, I might as well just go ahead and print it off because it's another 29-page document. The Daggone Heritage Foundation loves 29-page documents, I guess. So let me print this. So then I want you to read the Heritage Foundation special report that came out March of this year about changing the relationship between the United States of America and Israel. And they specifically say taking it from a special relationship to a strategic partnership and what that is. So y'all know we went over Project Esther. I read it to you all. Y'all knew that, right? We did this once, but we are going to do it again. Is the bill you were telling you about this morning in there? I'm not sure if I stuck it in there yet, Linda, or not, but I will. So let me give you print and grayscale. Yes, that's what I want. Print. Okay, so these are the things that you have to. So when you say, what can we do to change this? It is having these real conversations. Yes, Megan, if you want, Money, you can answer that question. But Megan's question is, Israel is fire, other places as well. Is their goal to dominate all of the Middle East? That's the question.
Have y'all not ever heard of the Greater Israel?
I have.
Well, the Greater Israel is conquering all of the Middle East, basically.
Yes, Kat, they are in my link tree. So let me just tell you, where's the woman? Hold on. So I want you all to, I don't know what I want you to, because we have to get better at geography in order to properly talk about places and things. But I saw a reel the other day, right? It's there. Thank you, John. Love that. So I saw a reel the other day, and this woman is being asked this question about Palestine and about the Middle East and what have you. And she says, wait. Before let me just share. Let me explain to you. So this is the idea for when they refer to the Greater Israel, this is what they mean. In which Benjamin Netanyahu just talked about this the other day. He just said that this is something that he supports and ascribes to. So let me get it for you guys so that you all can see it over here on the other
also,
platform.
Dani, yes. People don't realize that on the ITF soldiers, they have the map of the Greater Israel, not the outline of Palestine, but the whole Greater Israel on their left shoulder, on their left patch.
What the? Okay, so I'm looking at your map to make sure that what I pull up is the right thing. Images. Yep. Okay, I've got what you've got. And so for those of you guys that are watching on YouTube, Facebook, and Substack, I am going to share my screen with you all so that you can see this as well, okay? There it is. So when Benjamin Netanyahu says that he supports a Greater Israel, if you look at all of, I want to do a side-by-side, Money. I want to do a side-by-side of this Greater Israel and what actually exists today. Like, so that people, because Americans, we don't be knowing geography because we think the whole world centers around us, the United States of America. I'm just saying, because that's what the fuck they teach us. This is what the reason that these other countries have such a great understanding is because they know world history because their ancestors lived it, right? We are the youngest country in the world, right? We're the baby in all of this. And for some reason, we think that everything centers around us as if things haven't existed for centuries and centuries before us. And what I know is about countries in Africa, countries in what we refer to as the Middle East, because they have been colonized by every other body, right? From the British and the German and the French and you name it, right? And they've done colonization all. So those people, that's why many of the folks in Africa speak 4 or 5 languages because they learned French when it was the French. They learned English. They learned German. They learned depending upon who the damn colonizer was, right? It's like Baskin Robbins. Pick a flavor, pick a language, pick a colonizer. There's a ton of them, but we don't have that same understanding, experience, and knowledge, and we should. But what I would love to do, A Money, is to take that map, which I'm going to do, and do a side by side. So Mohammed OS says occupied Palestine. El Mahadin correspondent, Israeli airstrikes targeted 3 homes. And is that Z2? What is that?
Zaytun. I don't think he had enough thing to write the rest. There's a Palestinian Christian in the request. His name is Ronnie. And he has a side-by-side comparison for you if you can bring him
Love
up.
that. Ask and you shall receive.
Hi, Dani. Nice to meet you finally.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for everything that you do and for, just being an absolute amazing voice on this app and for amplifying all of, the Palestinians that are on the ground as well as Palestinian voices in diaspora. I'm trying to.
Ronnie is a big Christian on this app. All right, y'all. We love to tokenize him, right, Ronnie? I'm just kidding. He's a Palestinian Christian, y'all, and he's amazing. Go ahead, Ronnie.
I love that.
Appreciate it.
So
yeah, I actually wanted to. I'm trying to find a map right now that shows what Israel currently controls. And once I find out, I want to put it on my green screen and I can put it side by side with A Money.
Gotcha.
But you can minimize me right now if possible.
Okay. When you get it up, you let me know and we'll do it. So
I gotcha.
I want for people to understand this. So these are the things that I am learning and discovering. And let me just say something. When people hear me say I'm learning, it does not mean that I never had a desire to know. I'm going to do this demonstration because some of you guys are new to me. Some of you have never ever been in here before. But I'm going to show you again. If you do, you know how to put them side by side. What on the phone or with the Phantom or with the studio, because I'm still not using the studio yet. But hold on. So I love to use demonstrations and no, with him in one box or with me side by side with him.
So you can do both of us, expand the both of us so that we
yes, that I know how to do.
So yes, I think that's what they probably mean.
That I know how to do. I thought you were talking about how to make 2 boxes in 1 box, but no, I do know how to do that. I was like, what? No, I can't do that. Okay, but let me show y'all this. Okay. And this is one for those of you all. So let me just say this. If you start to say things like, I feel bad because I didn't know something, I'm going to tell you right now, stop that and shut the hell up, because you are centering yourself and it is not about you. I don't feel bad that I did not know. I do wish I had known sooner. And there's a difference in those 2 things. I am not going to hold myself responsible for something that I didn't know that I didn't know. Okay. And here's what I mean by that. I keep talking about this and we're going to learn together. All right. So this circle is our knowing. This is our knowing. This is everything that we have the capacity to know. Okay. Now, right here, this little bit right here is what we know that we know. This is what we know that we know, which ain't about nothing, just so y'all get it, right? This right here is what we know that we don't know. And I say this all the time. For example, I know I don't know how to fly a damn plane, right? So I know that I don't know this thing, right? Everything else is I don't know that I don't know it. And there's no shame in that. There's no guilt in that. There's no judgment in that. There's none of that. Do you understand? Now, when something moves from I don't know that I don't know it to the knowing I don't know, if it is something that impacts the life of other people, the fact that they get to live, how they are living, if they have rights, if they don't, if they get to eat, if somebody is intentionally ensuring that they don't eat, right? Once I know that I don't know what's happening, it is up to me what I do about that. And what I do about that determines the type of person I am. I'm going to say that again. What I do about it determines the person that I am. If I find out that I didn't know what I didn't know about a thing, and that thing is the unaliving of thousands upon thousands of Palestinians, right? If I then go about my damn everyday life like usual and nothing changes, that says a lot about who I am, right? If I only talk to my pro-Palestinian friends about it, that says a lot about who I am. If I only talk about it in spaces where I feel welcomed or safe, that says a lot about who I am. If I only talk about it when I feel comfortable or when I think the algorithm will be good to me or bad to me, that says a lot about who I am. You hear me? So do not center yourself in what is happening in Gaza, because it is not about you and what you did or didn't know or when you knew it. The thing is, you have to damn near, you are either living in extreme poverty, or under a rock to not know about Gaza. And the reason I say extreme poverty is because when you live in extreme poverty, your world exists pretty much in your community, in your neighborhood. You ain't got no time or no bandwidth for nothing else. It's like, see, some of y'all don't know what I'm talking about now, but in real poor communities, your neighborhood is your whole world. Your neighborhood is your whole world. Your grocery store is the grocery store down the street, right? Like you don't know nothing about nobody else, nowhere else, because this is all you got right here. Right? And so I need for you all to understand. So I'm going to share this one other thing. And then Ronnie, you let me know if you got a map or not. So I'm going to share this with you all. So some of you all that have followed me for a while, you know that I went to Standing Rock in 2016, December of 2016. I went to Standing Rock. And matter of fact, my oldest daughter that's here with me now, we drove cross country. And we took supplies and did all of those things. And we went to Standing Rock. And when we pulled up at Standing Rock, you sent 2 maps. Love that. So we pulled up at Standing Rock, and we were greeted by security at the gates at camp. Okay, and it was number one. It was beautiful. One of the things that I admired, number one, is when we drove up, we went up what we call Flag Road. So Flag Road had the flags of all the different Native American tribes just lining the street. And we drove past Flag Road and we pulled up. And so they had security, and a Native American woman greeted us. And I rolled down my window. We got there on an evening. And she says to me, give me 1 second, A-Money. She says, is this your first time or are you returning? And I said, this is my first time. And with zero hesitation, you know what she said to me? She said, welcome home, sister. That was the first thing this Native American woman said to me and my daughter. Is this your first time or are you returning? I said, it's my first time. She said, welcome home, sister. Right? And I learned a lot during those days that I was there. And so fast forward all the way to 2020 when George Floyd happened. And I hate to say when George Floyd happened because George Floyd didn't happen. When corrupt police officers took the life intentionally of George Floyd, and people around the world began to protest for him and protest for the lives of Black Americans in this country. One of my poetry friends, who I'm friends with on Facebook, she has a nice following, and she put up a post and she was showing all of these protests that were happening everywhere. And she said, today, as I was watching protests all around the world for the unaliving of George Floyd and all of that, she said, I was a little bit jealous. She said, because the whole world has never protested for us. We have not been seen, right? And then she said, and then I had to think for a second, right? Can you mute who? And then yep, I got you. And then oh, thank you guys. And so, but she Belial showing us people. But then she said, but then I remembered that when the world sees one of us, then the world sees all of us. When the plight of Black Americans is seen, then it helps the plight of Native Americans be seen. And I commented to her and I said, let me share this with you. When I was at Standing Rock and I saw all of the tribes and we were on your land, for just a second, I was jealous. And I was. Because when Native Americans in this country want to get together, when they want to plan, when they want to get in touch with the ancestors, they have their own land to do it. Now, rightfully, not as much as they should, right? Not as much as they should, but they still have their land. And for a moment, I was jealous about that. And then I reminded myself of what it took, right? Who is?
Can you also mute Impact?
Yeah, can somebody handle here? You. Bye. I got him. I got him. Look, got him. Just I got it. Oops. Oh my Lord, can I type? Sorry. Okay, done. Okay, so thank you for letting me know. But why am I sharing that with you all? I'm sharing it with you all now because I want you all to understand that when we elevate the experience and the oppression of Palestinian people, right? It elevates every other group that is being treated the same way. Just so that you all understand that. We do not have to be jealous of each other and the recognition of our plights. When we understand that when we stand up for one of us, we stand up for all of us, then that is when we become really powerful. Okay. Money and Ronnie, if you guys want to explain the maps that people are seeing.
Yeah, if you want me to go first, I'll give just a really quick background on the way that the West Bank and East Jerusalem is currently structured. The map here is the map of the West Bank and East Jerusalem as of the Oslo Accords from 1993. The area in light blue is administered or controlled by the Palestinian Authority. That's Area A. That's in partnership with the Israeli government. The area in dark blue, that's about 18% of the West Bank. Okay. 22% of the West Bank is controlled by a joint control between the Israeli government and the PA. That's in the dark blue. And then the orange area is Area C. Sea. That's controlled completely by Israel. I want to show you guys a map right now of the E1 settlement, which was a settlement project that was just approved by the Israeli government yesterday. That map is shown right over here. It's supposed to connect East Jerusalem to an Israeli settlement. I'm gonna actually just flip the camera so I can show you guys. Hi.
Hi.
So there's an Israeli settlement over here in blue called Ma'ale Adumim. This red area is supposed to connect East Jerusalem, which is Palestinian territory, with this Israeli settlement. All of this is Palestinian territory according to the Oslo Accords. And with this new settlement project, they are planning on, and they've already started demolishing dozens of Palestinian apartment buildings and homes. And they're planning on building 3,500 Israeli settlement apartment buildings in this new settlement project. So this is already an expansion, and it's supposed to essentially cut the West Bank in half and divide the Palestinians from the northern part and the southern part, and cut off East Jerusalem for the rest of the West Bank. Part of the Greater Israel Project is expanding into Syria.
Yes.
Right over here, this area between the official border, this river, and the UN DOF zone that was signed as an agreement between the Syrian government and the Israeli government in 1973. It's a demilitarized zone, essentially. No one is supposed to really be occupying this area. And this is the Golan Heights, which is Syrian territory that's illegally occupied by the Israeli government. Since the fall of the former president Bashar al-Assad, Syria decided to cross over this demilitarized zone, and they've been expanding further west, northeast actually, into Syria. To the point where Damascus is about maybe 40 or 50 kilometers northeast of this demilitarized zone. Mm-hmm. They were able to reach about 10 kilometers away from the Damascus center, just on the Damascus outskirts. They've started seizing control of Syrian cities over here in this area, right in the north of the demilitarized zone up there. And they continue moving further south. They've been slaughtering a lot of Syrian civilians, especially Druze Syrians. Part of the Golan Heights is also Lebanese territory up here that's been occupied as well. And Israel is still technically in southern Lebanon, even though they've been told to completely move south into the Israeli border. But this is really part of Israel's expansion project. It's moving. It's slow, but it's moving.
So because here's what I want to, there was a Zionist that joined my platform a while ago that was specifically talking about the Druze. Can you kind of anybody that is on the panel that wants to speak to what's happening in Syria and what's happening with the Druze and how that is or isn't related to all of this? Anybody want to take that on?
Do you want to take it, or you want me to do it?
You can take it.
Okay. Just really briefly, the Druze community in Syria are not protected under the current government, same as the Christian community, the Shia community, and other religious minorities. And so while the government is promising or trying to promise to protect them, there really hasn't been any protection since they took over in December. And Israel is trying to weaponize that and turn the Druze community on the current leadership, and turning Syrians against each other. So from my understanding, at least in my perspective as a Christian, they're just trying to turn the religious minorities against the religious majority and go against the current government.
Okay. Did everybody understand that? So somebody is saying the Christians were protected under Assad. I don't know.
Yeah, there were some protections for Christians under Assad, and there's a lot of Syrian Christians that support him over the current government. I don't support either, but I'm not Syrian, so I really stay out of Syrian politics.
I gotcha. However, let me just say this. However, I am not Jewish and I am not Muslim, but I am very much going to speak about Israeli politics and as it impacts the Palestinian people. And so I think that we have to be. I think that we need to remember something, because somebody else was on my live like a week ago and pissed me off, because y'all might remember this, because they got up here basically saying, it's not impacting me. I live in Europe, and so it's none of my business. And I was like, oh, so you just don't give a damn about anybody that ain't you, right? So it's okay. And so I think that what we need to remember is the only time that we need to be minding the business of other countries' politics is when it comes at the in terms of crimes against humanity, right? I think that that is everybody's business. If I am truly my brother's keeper, if we are all in this together, if we are all whatever, yeah, I will. And but we know it's been destabilized, right? Sacred, who played a significant role in destabilizing Syria? Not to talk about another reason why I get mad at Barack Obama, but listen, and that's the difference between when MAGA, when people say, oh well, you Democrats love. Here's the difference. I can support a candidate because I know it's what's best for the country, and still talk about their flaws, their failings, the things that they did not get right. I can still do that, right? And so I would say that when it comes to Barack Obama and choices that he made with regard to Syria and with regard to immigration, yeah, not happy about either of those two things, right? And still, he was a better option than our other options.
Dani, isn't it funny that throughout our life, going to school from middle school to high school, every year we learned about the HCOS. We learned about the numbers in the HCOS. We went to museums. We read the books. We did everything. I have learned so much about the HCOS than I learned about slavery going to school. I learned so much about the HCOS than I learned about any other conflict in our world history, okay? Why is it now when people said never again, that when it's happening right now in this moment, it is again?
Yes.
You guys, people said that they would step in, they would have spoke up during the HCOS. No, you wouldn't have.
You wouldn't have.
HCOS is happening right now. It's worse than the HCOS, in my opinion. And by the way, during HCOS, I have learned that it was 6 million Jewish people throughout my whole life. And then coming on this app 2 years ago, I learned there was other people that were unalive during that time. But yet we only learned about the Jewish history and the Jewish people that were unalive during the HCOS. But yet, when it's right now happening in this moment in 2025, we're watching it in 4K on live camera. We have journalists filming their own deaths on camera.
Yes.
And it's still not, we didn't watch the HCOS happen back in the days.
Right.
We didn't see all this stuff happening on camera, but we're watching it on camera right now in this moment. And yet people are still calling it AI. They're still calling it every other thing in the book, but what it is, it's a G-side. It's worse than the HCOS. We're watching it in 4K. And the fact that people today, after 2 years of watching this, they said they were going to make it into a parking lot. They did. They said they were trying to wipe out the Palestinians. They are. They said this wasn't an apartheid. It is. They said they weren't trying to expel the Palestinians. They are. They literally said everything that they're going to do. Until this day, yet people still don't understand that what is happening is worse than anything because we're watching it in 4K.
And this is the thing. No, don't apologize for any of that because it is spot on. And this is the thing, folks. If you want to know what you would have done during the civil rights movement, during slavery, during the HCOS, during the Trail of Tears, if you want to know what you would have done under those circumstances, take a look at what you're doing right now today. And if it ain't shit today, it wouldn't have been shit then.
Exactly. Because it's so hard to believe that when they said never again.
Yeah, just so people know, listen, this is who you are, and this is who you would have been then. This is who you are today. Right, an eagle of Palestine. We've talked about what's happening in Sudan and in the Congo and all of that. I hear you. But can we really talk about the Congo? Because if we want to talk about this Congo, I'm still coming back to talk about Israel.
Every conflict that currently exists, every genocide that is currently ongoing, every atrocity that's happening in the world, in some way or another, Israel plays a role in it, and Israel is connected to it.
And who else?
The United States.
Thank you. Let's just don't leave us out, because we are the people we are the people funding them while we are educating and making sure that their people are healthy. Right now, we want to kick millions of American children, United States children, off of healthcare, but we got to make sure that all of Israeli children get universal healthcare. We got to make sure that United States children are bunkered down and held down in a shit ton of debt, right? That's what we got to do. But we got to make sure that Israeli children, we got to make sure that they get free education, right? They got to be able to go to the best of the best and get all the degrees that they want. Like that's what we get to do. So, this is what I'm saying, people. When I say we have to call a thing, we have to be clear. Right. When you talk about Palestine, you are talking about the Congo, Sudan, Haiti, Tigray, Ethiopia, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. 100%, Shante. And this is my point. And it's such a big deal for me to be able to sit here and say this, because I was raised and was 100%. Listen, Israel they are the chosen people. That was me when I was younger, even as a young adult, because that's how I was raised. Them Southern Baptists are real good at explaining to you who God's chosen people are and not making a distinction between God's chosen people in the Bible and the state of Israel, right? Imani, if he's requesting. Oh, he just requested.
He told me he's requesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
He said, open me.
I've been checking and you wasn't there.
What's up, Dani?
What's up? How you doing, friend?
Good. How's it?
I want to give an example about that a lot of people don't really know. Dani, you're really well educated. I'm sure you're familiar with what's happening with the Armenians, right?
I'm not up to date.
Okay. So about a year and a half ago, Azerbaijan took over a piece of land that's been contested that has historically belonged to the Armenians, and over 95% of the population is indigenous ethnic Armenians.
Okay.
Armenians have a huge presence in East Jerusalem, and there's been a huge relationship between the Palestinians and the Armenians. And Armenians in East Jerusalem are being kicked out of their homes, and their churches being desecrated and being kicked out of their church is being dismantled as well as we speak. Israel, the Israeli government, also plays a role in Azerbaijan ethnically cleansing Armenians out of their homes in Nagorno-Karabakh, or as the Armenians call it, Artsakh. They've actually funded the weapons, and they're the main provider of the weapons in Azerbaijan's campaign of ethnic cleansing. This is confirmed. This is verified. It's been happening now for about a year and a half, a little over a year and a half. And ethnic indigenous Armenian Christians are being ethnically cleansed, both out of occupied Palestine and out of occupied Armenia. And so when we say it's connected, and it goes to deeper levels than a lot of people think.
Yeah, so as soon as somebody tells me something new and I realize that I don't know what I didn't know about a thing, I'm over here like, okay. She can say with me if you want to go. Tell her she can either put it on you or you're going to leave her. Let her know.
So Dani, can I add? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to add something to what A-Money was talking about a few minutes ago. So I don't know even if many people are realizing this, but Trump is escalating attacks against the Smithsonian Museum, right? Saying that there's too much focus on how bad slavery was. Like, how in the actual hell, right? Like, what the F? And she's absolutely right. We continue to learn about what they want us to learn about. They want to rewrite history. They want to push their narrative. They want to push whatever they want us. They want to continue to indoctrinate us and indoctrinate the youth. But meanwhile, when it comes to the atrocities that the U.S. has committed and their allies and others that look like them, it completely gets dismissed and minimized. So I wanted to add that to it, just in case people didn't know, and it's definitely worth looking into, guys, that he is attacking the Smithsonian for that reason. There's another thing also that I wanted to bring up. So apparently today I was reading through an article, I believe it was from the Cradle, I believe it was, and it states, no, actually, I'm sorry, it was from the Times of Israel. So Netanyahu is stating, this is today, Israel will conquer Gaza regardless of whether Hamas H group accepts hostage deal, which we already know that they've accepted, right? They put a time limit on them to accept hours. They accepted, no changes, no opposition. They accepted the deal as it was presented to them for Egypt and Qatar from the Israeli government, right? So they accepted it. They sent it back to Netanyahu. And then yesterday, Netanyahu stating that he's saying that they will continue negotiations under fire. Right. Meanwhile, the same time limit was put on Netanyahu and his government. And now it's been 3-4 days. Mm-hmm. So they're continuing to escalate the operations because they want to, as they possibly can, and unalive as many people as they possibly can. Meanwhile, they're saying that they're not even negotiating right now. So how are you going to continue negotiating when you're not even negotiating? So you just want to continue to cause destruction and unalivement. So I did want to add those two things because I wanted to make it clear to people. This has absolutely nothing to do with H group. This has absolutely nothing to do with the hostages. All it has to do with is the Greater Israel Plan, which goes back to what you guys were talking about, and the resources that are under Gaza, which is literally up to $1 trillion worth of gas and oil. So I just wanted to add that.
All right. So, and I appreciate you for adding that and putting perspective. I am very quickly going to address the person in the comments who thinks that I am not aware about the Christian Congolese. I'm aware. I am aware. When people say to me, look up whatever in whatever place where Christians are being unalived, my immediate reaction to that is, how can I say this? See, I'm going to sound real mean right now, and I don't mean to. I don't mean to sound really mean about anything. A lot of the time when Christians find themselves being unalived in certain countries, it is because those Christians are in those countries trying to dictate, determine, and direct how things should be done in those countries. So what I would say about all of that is, mind your business. Like if Christians weren't so busy trying to colonize everybody around the world, nobody would be mad at you.
She said, mind your business.
I did. And I really do mean it. As somebody being brought up neck deep in Christianity, Southern Baptist all day long, listen, you cannot expect to go into people's world and tell them that their God ain't really God, and how they live ain't really right, and how they aren't civilized. You can't do all that and think ain't nobody ever coming for you. And here is the thing that I will say, and I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. You don't see nobody mad at Buddhists. You want to know why? Because they mind their business. You ain't never had a Buddhist knock on your door and try to convince you to come to the temple, have you? No. And yet, it is still one of the largest organized religions. Why? Because people find their way to it. Ain't it funny how that works? Jesus just minded his business and was walking around. And if he crossed paths with people, he just crossed paths with people. Jesus wasn't knocking on nobody's door saying, I'm the Son of God. You got to follow me or you're going to burn in hell with worms and fire and brimstone and all the things. Do you want to know who Jesus was mad at the most? The church. Organized religion. is in there turning over tables. I'm just so tired of people misrepresent. Y'all want to make God out to be this just God who doesn't tolerate anything, and you got to live according to the law. But then you want to talk about Jesus. Make up your mind. Are you following Jesus Christ, or are you following a God of law? Because they are not. One came, so you didn't need the other one. If you really are following the religion, it says you are no longer under the law. What does that mean? That means we shouldn't be worried about no greater Israel or no Zionism, because we are no longer under the law. And then we don't even got to talk about that Israel today ain't even the Israel back then. We don't. Summer Rain, if you want to talk to me, feel free to join up here. You are list. I don't know what that means. Oh, I'm lost. Girl, I'm okay. Find me on my panel. If I'm lost, come find me on my panel.
As a Christian, I co-sign everything that you just said.
Yeah, and if you want to talk to me about Christianity, we can do that all day. And I'll get out my Bible and my Strong's Concordance, and we can go all day. Because that's one thing that you can't do with me. There's not a single person that says that they are a Christian who can tell me I'm burning in hell. You want to know why? Because I represent Jesus better than most of the people in church on Sunday mornings.
And that's on period. She's not playing no games.
No, none. I'm not worried about none of that. I don't care about your Easter hats. I don't care about none of it. None. Not none. And I don't care how much you go out and feed the homeless while you vote for people that imprison people that are homeless. I don't care how many people you take Meals on Wheels to while you vote for people that take away their damn Social Security, their Medicaid, their Medicare, their SNAP benefits. I don't care. You can take all of that virtue signaling somewhere else and miss me with it. You're doing all that to make yourself feel good. Meanwhile, you are supporting the very people that are doing the worst to human beings. So if I'm lost, girl, I'll see you in hell. How about that? And I'll tell your mama you on your way. Sorry, I don't get down like that. And by the way, what you are judging is my position on what's happening in the Congo. I tell you what you can do. Why don't you come around for a while and judge me by my fruit? Because my fruit ain't rotten, boo. I got good fruit, all kind of it.
عليكم السلام.
سلام داني دي جي كي سلام عليكم السلام.
عليكم السلام.
روني الله يسعدكم. يعني حاليا انفجارات ضخمة تهز مدينة غزة وتحديدا بحي الصبرة. أعداد من الشهداء تصل الآن إلى مستشفى الشفاء الطبي نتيجة جراء القصف الإسرائيلي المتواصل على مدينة غزة. محمد بس دقيقة طول بالك علي عشان عندي بترجم لك بس صعب عندي ترجمة. So he's saying right now the attacks have escalated in Gaza City and that they are attacking أي مستشفى محمد؟ أي مستشفى؟ He's saying that they attacked one of the hospitals. وكم الشهداء؟ So he's saying that they're attacking حتى الآن الحصيلة النهائية لم تصدر إلينا. So he's saying that they're currently escalating attacks and they're attacking Al-Shifa Hospital once again. Just so we're all on the same page, Al-Shifa Hospital has been attacked over 8 times already, if not more. And currently the martyred are in the many. They have no idea of an exact count on martyrs. But they are currently escalating attacks right now near the Al-Shifa Hospital. It's absolutely insane. And Dani, I just want to point this out there. Today I came across an article, right? And it was an article from 972 magazine. And they're basically stating, right, based on leaked.
We talked about it. Go ahead and tell them again.
About it? No, yeah. All right. So yeah, just so we're on the same page, 972 magazine is an Israeli publication. And a lot of people say, no, it's not. But I do know for a fact it is because when I was in Palestine, I would look it up. And then 972 is the country code for Palestine. But anyhow, yeah, so they came out with some leaked intelligence documents
stating that they have, out of the 63,000 Palestinians that have been martyred, 8,300 or 8,900 of which have actually been resistance fighters, and the rest have been civilians.
Yes.
So when they continue to come up, and they have been gaslighting me day in and day out, Dani, for over nearly 2 years now, stating that their ratio combatant to civilian is 1-to-1 and 2-to-1 at most, right? Meanwhile, here we see now, what is that, 6-to-1?
Yeah,
83%, exactly. So 6-to-1. So that's why I want to bring these things up, because they will continue to come up and gaslight as much as they possibly can, and we need to set the record straight.
Yep.
We absolutely need to set the record straight.
Yep. Yeah, we talked about it because as soon as I saw it from the Guardian this morning, so when I saw it from the Guardian, and I immediately brought it up today, and then A Money said it was in 927.
It's in both.
Yeah, and so you need to take notes. Somebody asked what was the magazine. I saw the article in the Guardian.
I can pull it up. I have the screenshots if people want to see it, but you can also pull it up in the magazine. I got you, Neda, right now. So my sister Pali Neda, she's a Palestinian. Also, she's a phenomenal content creator on this app. Very well spoken, very educated. She's telling me to make sure that I relay the message that Al Ahli Hospital, which is a Christian hospital in Gaza, has also been struck, and it's also damaged as well.
Yeah, and DJK, do I remember correctly that there are now only 3 hospitals?
DJK Habibi,
Habibi Mohammed.
نعم حبيبي، يعني حسب مؤسسات دولية وعمومية داخل القطاع تتحدث الآن للشؤون الإنسانية بغزة. توسيع العمليات العسكرية سيترتب عنه تداعيات كارثية ونزوح مئات الآلاف من شمال قطاع غزة، وسيترتب عليه نتائج كارثية إنسانية. يعني أيضا قبل قليل مدير المستشفى المعمداني ومدير مستشفى الشفاء الدكتور محمد أبو سلمية يتحدث إلى الأمم المتحدة، يعني ويقولون نطالب الأمم المتحدة ومنظمة الصحة العالمية بالدفاع عن حق الشعب الفلسطيني في الحصول على علاج وتأمينه وتأمين مؤسساته الطبية. يعني بالتأكيد بعد صدور الاحتلال الإسرائيلي عن إخلاء مستشفيات قطاع غزة والتوجه جنوبا.
DJK, I don't know if you want to translate.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it's going to be difficult for me to translate all of that, to be honest with you. So محمد حبيبي، أنا عندي العربي الفصحى صعب جدا. ما قدرت أترجم لك ولا كلمة من اللي أعطيتني إياها. والله عن جد يا أخوي، العربي الفصحى عندي صعب، ولازم طول بالك عليها.
أجيب لك إياها عربياتك.
خلينا إياها زي إني في الصف الثاني.
خلينا أجيب لك إياها على عربياتك.
مشان تفضل.
تمام حبيبي. لا عربياتك كويسه يعني تمام. تمام. يعني حسب يعني المتحدث باسم مكتب الأمم المتحدة للشؤون الإنسانية داخل قطاع غزة لن يستطيع جنوب القطاع ولا مستشفيات القطاع استقبال المزيد من السكان إذا تمت العملية العسكرية على مدينة غزة.
The explosions in the background. So, go ahead, DJK.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna do my absolute best. From what I'm understanding, Neda, if you're understanding, please either write it in the comments or come up and translate, please, because wallah sa'ib. So Dani, I'll be honest, my Arabic dialect is absolutely different than his dialect.
I got you.
So I try to tell him to try to make it easier for me, and I still was unable to be quite honest.
That's
I'm gonna
okay.
Be really honest with you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
But
I want to make sure that this Youssef.com, is this the Youssef that A Money vouched for?
This is Youssef that was on Jeremiah's live. W Neda, wallah Neda, you're a big W on Jed.
I'm going to do my best. Hi, Dan.
Thank you. Hello.
Okay, يا أخي محمد تفضل بس شوي علي الله يوفقك.
تمام الله يعطيك العافية.
الله يعافيك.
ثواني بس عشان البدء. ثواني بس.
He just said give him a second because his baby was crying.
I heard.
Yeah, I try to stay away from doing translations, Dani, just because I don't want to misrepresent anything that they're saying, to be honest.
طيب.
تفضل.
طيب ديكي يعني حسب المتحدث باسم مكتب الأمم المتحدة للشؤون الإنسانية بغزة، نبقى على وجودنا في غزة من أجل تأمين الخدمات لجميع الأشخاص بغض النظر عن أماكن وجودهم. ويعني أيضا المتحدث باسم مكتب الأمم المتحدة الإنسانية بغزة، توسيع العمليات العسكرية سيترتب عنه تداعيات كارثية ونزوح مئات الآلاف من شمال قطاع غزة، وسيترتب عليه نتائج كارثية وخيمة على أبناء شعبنا الفلسطيني داخل القطاع.
Okay, Dani Muhammad. So what he's saying is that the spokesperson for the United States is basically saying that if, from my understanding, and I'm hoping that I am not missing anything, but if things continue the way they are, then the forceful displacement of more people in Gaza will continue, and it's just going to get worse. I mean, I don't even know how much worse can it get from this point. تفضل أخي محمد.
And then just real quick, until he comes back, I was reading another article today from the Cradle. تفضل محمد بدك تكمل تفضل.
تمام حبيبي. يعني ايضا الان يعني حسب ما يورد من مستشفى المعمداني ومدير مستشفى المعمداني، ليس لدينا سرير واحد لاحتواء المزيد من المرضى ونعالج الجرحى في ممرات المستشفى وساحاتها.
واسم المستشفى
يعني المرضى والمصابين يعالجون في ساحات المستشفى وممرات المستشفى.
دقيقة شوي محمد.
لا يوجد سرير واحد.
من فضلك دقيقة شوي. Okay, so he's saying that the hospital is called Mamadani. There is not one empty bed, and they're having to treat patients in the hallways and in like open areas. So there's no privacy whatsoever. So can you imagine if you're a woman or if you're a child or whatever, right? And you need some kind of privacy, you have none of that. So the situation is pretty dire. تفضل أخي محمد.
ايضا كما ورد عن مدير المستشفى المعمداني ومدير مستشفى الشفاء الطبي الدكتور محمد ابو سميه، نطالب بالامم المتحده والصحه العالميه بالدفاع عن حق الشعب الفلسطيني في الحصول على علاج وتامين مؤسساته الطبيه قبل دخول الكارثه الانسانيه المحتمله على أبناء شعبنا داخل شمال قطاع غزة وتنديدا باحتلال شمال قطاع غزة.
So he's saying that the two hospitals that he mentioned is Mamadani and Ashifa, and I didn't catch the name of the physician, but his name is Dr. Muhammad Abu Sumaya. هذا اللي قلته محمد دكتور أبو سمية.
محمد أبو سلمية.
Abu Silmiya. Sorry. Okay. He said that they're basically, it's kind of like a mayday or like an SOS to the United Nations and the World Health Organization because they don't have any medical supplies. There is no aid, no medical supplies, no medication coming in.
So to second that, what I will tell you is that, like I said, my daughter has a friend who is at one of the other medical complexes there. And she is saying that she has said the same thing. She is saying that for a lot of the people that are coming in, that they don't have what they need to take care of them. And some of them, it's just trying to make them as comfortable as they can, until they pass. And so she said the same thing and shared some information. I will post her TikTok in the Discord for people. I just don't want to highlight her because she's still there. And she's American. And like I said, she's there now. So she's saying the same thing, Paulinata. She is saying that they don't have what they need she's also the one that, as I shared earlier, there was an ICU charge nurse that shared pictures of a 6-month-old child who unalived because they did not have access to formula. And could not be fed. And so she shared those pictures as well with my daughter. ICU charge nurse. Mm-hmm.
Well, God bless her.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a debt that can never be repaid, Dani, ever. You know, I mean, I'm pretty sure the people of Gaza are forever grateful for the people that are coming in and doing everything they can to help out. So just a big thank you.
Do you remember a couple of weeks ago, it made national news where there was an American aid worker that had witnessed a settler unalive a Palestinian, and she was actually providing the aid, and she was actually taken into Israeli custody for several days and taken out of Palestine, and she was working really hard to get back into Palestine. That is my daughter's friend.
Wow.
That is her. And when she shared, I'll see if we still have the pictures, but she had shared that literally the day before that, they had did like a birthday cake for her and all the things because it was her birthday. And literally the next day, she's watching an Israeli settler unalive him, and she was the one doing CPR on him.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, and she did what she could do, and she got back in through a UN convoy. UN what?
May God protect her, Ya Rab. So Dani, if I can just add something real quick, right? So I put up the picture of, what Muhammad is saying, that there's no space. They're treating people in the hallways, on the floor. And there's really, they're at max capacity. So I even just showed the picture of 6 children are having to share one hospital bed. Imagine that. Imagine your child being in the hospital. People get upset when their child or somebody doesn't have their own room, right here in the United States. They want a private room. Imagine your child is suffering through an amputation or malnutrition or shrapnel or whatever the case may be, and they're sharing a bed with 5 other children in the hospital. Right? Imagine if they have some kind of infection that is contagious or a virus. Imagine it. Right. Yesterday, I was actually I was watching a documentary. It was actually a video of parts of a documentary, and it was coming from the Egypt side. Okay, so this woman came on, and she was saying that there was a truck full of mattresses and hospital beds that were trying to get into Gaza, and the IDF refused them to come in 4 different times. So imagine every single time, they're waiting hours, if not days, to get back in line to try to enter Gaza, if they're able to. Okay, so this was already inspected, approved, and everything, but they turned them away 4 times. Why? They're stating the excuse that, well, it's not a wood pallet. The pallets need to be changed out to wood because it was a plastic pallet. And then they changed it, and they still find a different reason. So they will find any reason whatsoever to prevent any type of medical aid, equipment, or anything like that from coming in. There's one last thing I'd like to add, if that's okay. I know this is a little bit of a monologue, but I do want to add something in regards to the famine and the starvation, okay? So a lot of people believe that, okay, well, we just need aid to get in. We need food to come in immediately. Yes, we do need food. We do need medical supplies. We need water. We need fuel. We need a bunch of stuff, tents, excavators, everything, so on and so forth. But what we really need is monitoring systems as well, and all of these medical equipment. Because it's not like when you have somebody suffering through a level 5 famine and mass malnutrition, right? You can't just start pumping them with food. You can't just start pumping them with liquid, right? With water or whatever the case may be. There is something called refeeding syndrome, and it can be potentially fatal. There could be a potentially fatal metabolic response that occurs when malnutrition people resume feeding too quickly. So it's characterized like by electrolyte imbalances, fluid and electrolyte shifts, and metabolic complications. So I want people to really understand that even if right now thousands of trucks of humanitarian aid gets into Gaza with all the food that they need in baby formula and so on, the population will still suffer because they need to be monitored. We need to have monitoring equipment to monitor all of these things happening. It literally takes weeks to get somebody back to their, to the way their metabolism works and so on, if they will ever recover. So Palestinians, children, and civilians alike will suffer from this for years, if not decades to come. So I do apologize for the monologue, but I felt like that was very important to bring up, the refeeding syndrome as well.
It is. My daughter's over here, DJ K. Yes, good point. So she got me the information just to remind you. So, and I hope I said the name right. Adwa Hathaleen.
Adwa?
Yes. Yes.
Is it OW?
It's AWDAH. Auda. Hathaway. So that is the Palestinian that my daughter's friend was with when he was unalived by the Israeli settler. He did the documentary No Other Land. Do you know?
I know. Yeah, I know. So his name, I'm sorry, is Auday. So yes, Auday.
Auday. Okay. So that's who my daughter's friend was with. And she was the one that was performing CPR on him when he was unalived. She just showed it to me, so I just wanted to be correct as to who it was and when it happened.
So do you know the story of actually how he was unalived?
Yes, we have the video.
There's actually three different angles of the video that I have seen. Then they wanted to claim as it was self-defense.
No,
it
wasn't.
The matter, there was no self-defense.
I can tell you, I saw the video because she posted and we had it. Like I don't ever say her name and stuff because at the time she was trying to get back in, right? And so she was actually in Israeli custody longer than the Israeli that took his life. She was in custody longer than he was. But no, there was no self-defense. Let me be very clear about that. It wasn't self-defense. We saw the video when it happened. But that's who my daughter's friend is.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm. And by the way, they arrested 12 members of his family. 12 members of his family. Tfadal, Muhammad.
Yeah.
يعني أنا آسف على المقاطعة ولكن خلينا نحكي من جانب إنساني. يعني أنا بدي أقول لك عندك مليون نازح بغرب مدينة غزة. هدول النازحين اللي موجودين حاليا غرب مدينة غزة مصيرهم وين؟ ما في أماكن بجنوب غزة، ما في متسع للعائلات هاي كلها والكميات الكبيرة مئات الآلاف من النازحين الموجودين غرب مدينة غزة وبيسكنوا بجوب شوارع مدينة غزة بالخيام وما في مباني يسكنوا بيها، ما في أماكن يسكنوا فيها ولا في أي شيء. والوضع الإنساني صعب جدا 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 وأنت عارف متفاقم منذ بداية الحرب وبعد نزوح مئات من آلاف المواطنين من أماكن تواجدهم من بيت حنون ومن بيت لاهيا وشجاعية وخان يونس إلى المناطق الغربية ورفح.
خليني بس أترجمها مع السريع محمد.
تمام أخوي.
So he's stating, guys, that there is 1 million Palestinians currently being displaced from Gaza, from around Gaza City, Beit Hanun, I believe it's Shajaiya. So there is nowhere for them to go, right? There is nowhere for them to go. They literally have been moving from area to area for the last 22 months. They have been displaced from one area to the next area. They are resulting now in having to, if they're lucky enough to get a tent, to having to pitch a tent on the side of the road if possible. If they're lucky to find a tent or to get a tent to provide a shelter. He's continuing to tell us that the situation is very dire. It's a desperate situation. And the occupation continues to intensify their operations, and they continue to try to displace the Palestinians out of Gaza City. So today, actually, this is my part here, Dani, just real quick. So today I was actually seeing something, and the occupation now actually has a new unit, right? It's called Israel's Population Relocation Unit, part of the IDF now. Population Relocation Unit. I found it from the Cradle, and it cites the initial source. But yeah, this is for them to oversee the ethnic cleansing of over 1 million Palestinians.
Yeah.
So
let me just be clear about, for those of you all who, the reason why I'm...
اتفضل. I was going to let him say, just let you make your comment and then he will continue. خليها هي بس تحكي على الجملة وبعدين بنكمل معك محمد. Go ahead, Dani.
Yeah, for those of you all who want to know, you can go online. You can find testimony from soldiers, United States soldiers that witness things that are happening. If there's enough information online for you to be able to find fact-based, verifiable incidents. The guy who unalived, the Israeli settler who unalived the Palestinian activist that he was already sanctioned by Europe. He was already sanctioned by the Biden administration. It is not that the United States of America does not know what is happening. We 100% absolutely know, and we have to start holding our country and our elected officials accountable 100%.
Dani, just so I'm clear, you do have some links, right, in your link tree. I believe you said so yesterday.
I do.
So somebody was asking me, Phantom, you were asking, what can we do as Americans? There's a few things that you can do, right? First and foremost, you can go to Dani's link tree. There's a couple of links that were placed in there the last couple of days.
Yep.
And you can donate there. That would be phenomenal. Another thing that you can do as an American, you can contribute to the BDS and boycott. Go to the BDS website, boycott divestment sanctions, and it will give you a list of items to boycott that actually help the occupation, right? That this will actually affect them financially. The occupation relies on these companies and businesses to continue to profit and continue to commit these atrocities on Palestinians. So boycotting. Another thing you can do is do what you're doing right now, supporting Alive, whether it's in a comment or being able to go up on panels and discuss these topics and educate yourself more. Another thing you can do also is what you are learning, right? Absorb the information that we are telling you, so you can go share it with your family, right? With the people around you locally, your closest friends and so on and so forth. Elma, I'll share videos about that. But those are just the minimum, right? You can protest. There's many things that we can do as Americans that will definitely help tremendously. And then you can also call your representatives and demand that we stop all funding and an arms embargo to Israel when it comes to providing weapons and so on. They're trying to push another $3.5 billion, by the way, right now through the Pentagon for emergency aid, military aid to Israel. So I hope that answered your question, Phantom. I know it was a lot, but there's many things that we can be doing.
Yeah.
Here
Phantom
in
is
the US.
incredible, by the way. Everything that is down in my Discord, Phantom does for me, and volunteers to do so. So Phantom is a critical part of our team and of my family, and we love him. So folks, yes. So let me just say this. If you can help monetarily, then absolutely do that. Whether that is through the links that are in my link tree that go to Muhammad OS, or whether they go to Balil or whoever, and I've got more of them coming to put in there. And if you can do that, then do so. If you are here on TikTok and you've got coins and you want to gift the Palestinian folks, do that. If you cannot do those things, here are the other things to do, right? Absolutely. Stop supporting the organizations, the corporations, and the politicians that support the actions of the Israeli government, period. You can do that. I will put this BDS movement.net. I'll put that link into the link tree as well. So all of those are things that you can do. Another thing that is really important, many of you are in here saying, these are things I never knew. And what that means is that a lot of people in your circle of influence, your family and your friends, they probably don't know and didn't know either. So another thing that you can do that doesn't cost you anything is sharing the information and the understanding that you get from these lives and from the things that we give. Somebody is saying there's no sound. Can everybody else hear me? You muted at one point.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Well, at least I can hear you.
Yes, everybody else can. So if you can't hear me, you just need to swipe out and swipe back in. But all of those are things that you can do. I'm gonna let Stacey D in the place to be jump in real quick.
Before she does, Nada, والله متأسف يا أختي, والله I do have to drop down real quick. Nada, متأسف أحطك في هالموقف يعني.
Yeah, no worries. I have a meeting in 12 minutes, so I'll stay on for 12 minutes and then I'm gonna have to drop.
No worries.
I do have to drop right now, Dani. I'm so sorry. I'm going to try to join back in a little bit.
Yeah, no worries. It's okay.
All right. I'm so sorry. Salam, Muhammad. برجع لك كمان شوي إن شاء الله. Salam.
Thanks, TJ.
Oh, watch the lights.
Hey, everyone. Salam.
أكمل لك أختي ندى.
دقيقة شوي محمد، خليها هي تخلص كم جملتها وبعدين أنا وياك بنرجع بنبدأ بالترجمة.
يلا اللي بدك إياه. تمام دان. Okay.
It's me, Stacey. Go ahead, dear.
Okay. I never want to interrupt.
No, please.
Can you hear?
That's okay.
We can hear you.
Because I'm gonna get in here because I joined late and I was like, let me get in here before I get all worked up and start centering myself and losing it. So I just want to say to anyone that's still in the room, and thank you, Muhammad, and everyone on the panel, thank you so much for your grace. Thank you so much for taking the time to explain to us. Are you losing me?
I can hear you.
Every time.
I can hear you, Stace.
Hold on. Hold. All right. That daggone time. I can see I've got the red bars. Okay, I think it's better now. All right, so thank you so much for your grace and your patience and your willingness to share with unaware, uninformed Americans.
Don't walk.
She okay?
She just knocked over one of the lights and it shattered. It's okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Stace.
I'll hold it down.
Thank you.
I'll hold it down. Okay. For taking the time to share your experience, your knowledge, and your most importantly, your grace and your forgiveness for those of us who just had no idea, who thought we knew, but then found out we didn't know. We have been groomed from childhood. I was raised in church like Dani was. And we are compelled to believe the things that we believe, and to believe that it is inextricably linked to our salvation to support Israel, and patently so, with no equivocation. And to find out late in life that is not true is devastating and embarrassing. And so I just wanted to say, we are with you. We stand with you. We love you. We love your heart. And we will do, now that we know better, we will absolutely do better. And please have hope. Please know that you are not alone in this country and in other countries. And that the veil is being lifted, not just in this panel, but in a lot of other spaces and in a lot of other places. The veil is being lifted and people are becoming aware. And so I just wanted to extend that to you and tell you how much you're appreciated and how much you're loved. And to please stay as safe as you can. I know that's kind of a silly thing to say, but know that when you are experiencing it, that we are there with you in love.
100%.
Thank you, Stacey. And I'm pretty sure they feel the same way. If you ask anyone in Gaza at any time if they're angry at the American people, they'll always say no. They'll always say no, it has nothing to do with the people. They understand that the leaders make horrible decisions and the civilians are always the one that are impacted.
But that's why I get choked up, because the grace that you show us, we never show you. If you ask any American, I can find any random American on the street today and ask them, what do you think about what's going on in Palestine? What do you think about the Gaza Strip? And they would just start talking about the H group. They would just start, well, Israel, well, the Jews, it's their land. How could they have, it would just go down this ridiculous road. And that is what I think upsets me the most and makes me the most sad, is that the grace you show us. You're such beautiful people.
100%.
And I feel like we don't deserve your grace, but I'm going to work on it. I'm going to work on it so that more of us start giving you the grace that you deserve and that you give to us.
Well, you're giving that to us now, by the way, to be honest. Like, listening, me meeting Dani last week, I feel like a connection to her. Like, I feel like I've known Dani my whole life, basically. And she's older than me.
We all do. But I
feel that connection towards people like her, towards people like you. And we appreciate your voices more than anything, especially with what's been going on the last couple weeks, or the last couple months, maybe the last year, actually. But we appreciate y'all more than you know, by the way. Dani, I came back because I do have a doctor that's coming tomorrow at 12 p.m.
Okay.
Her name is Dr. Mimi. She's actually been a doctor that's been going to Gaza, but she's in Jordan, and they actually denied her request to go back in. And she has like baby formula in her suitcase and everything, and she's willing to come on tomorrow. And I would like to invite you to come on.
I will come. I will come, and I would love for her, and I'll come, and I'll put that I'm coming.
Don't worry, you'll get to ask questions on my panel. So,
just one more thing. Can I just say one more thing, and then I'm going to drop?
Yeah.
I have scrolled through before I became friends and connected to you folks for coming through this room because I don't know what spaces I'm in, and I would just be nervous to do so because I don't want to say the wrong thing. But now that I know some of you and I'm following some of you, I'm going to go into those spaces and sit and listen and learn, and if given the grace and opportunity, just share how much that we appreciate you as well.
100%. 100%.
All right. I'm going to be in the chat. You can drop me down, Dani. Love you.
I'm glad you got to meet Pally Nada, by the way. Nada is so, like, African. If you haven't already, I know you just met her, please watch her videos. Like, all of y'all in the viewers, all of y'all in the chat, please click on Nada, follow her, because her videos are freaking, like, wait till you hear them. You're going to understand what I'm trying to say. So glad to see you on a panel, Nada. I know you'll be taking breaks here and there.
I know. Thank you, honey. I do have to run because I have a meeting shortly. But Dani, nice to meet you. Hey, Money, I love you, and
I love you, girl.
Hopefully, I'll see you on a panel soon.
Right, yeah, appreciate you. Yeah. I want to make sure that people understand something about all of this. I don't know how to explain, like, y'all know me. I let the live go where the live goes because I believe that that's just what's supposed to happen. As we have these conversations and we find out more information about, you know, what is happening and all of the connections between what is happening in Gaza and all throughout the West Bank and Palestine and what is happening here. I really want you all to understand that we play a significant role in what is happening in Palestine. I know everybody keeps demonizing Netanyahu, and don't get me wrong, that's a war criminal that should be demonized. And he would not have the resources to do the things that he is doing if not for the relationship with the United States of America. So we are responsible. Hey, Mohammed.
Sister Dani, oh my God. Now in the fire, boom, in Gaza. Ya Allah. Oh my God.
I want to keep this here. It's everywhere. Here. I want to keep that here. Like what? Can you imagine?
يلا نعمله. يلا نعمله كيلو بس كفى. Dani, wallahi, thank you, life in Gaza. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dani.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Wallahi, I love you, Sister Dani. I love you.
I love you.
Wallahi, I love you.
I love you. I love you.
My family in Gaza. My family is in Gaza. Wallahi, I love you too. My family is in Gaza. I love you, Dani. Wallahi.
I will tell your family I love them. I love them. Can you all hear it? Because I could hear it. I heard the boom. Did you all hear the boom? Because I heard the boom.
Thank you, Allah, Dani. Thank you.
It makes me so angry.
Dani, listen in the fire. Boom.
Yeah, I heard the boom, boom. I heard it.
Ya Allah.
For those of you all that are on YouTube and Substack and Facebook.
Again, listen.
I heard it. I heard it. Do you hear it? That's 3 that I've heard. Just boom, boom, You can hear it. It's so loud. What are we doing?
Danny.
Yeah.
Danny in Gaza. Oh my God. The fire again.
I hear it.
ماريا تطلع تترجمي ماريا.
Do I hear the planes? I hear the plane.
ما في معنا مترجم هون. Sister Dani.
Yes.
Mary you be Arabic English. Mary.
Maddie.
Mary. Yes.
I don't know. Does anybody? I don't know what he's trying to say. Oh, Maddie. Okay, got it. Oh, wait. It changed real quick. Sorry, Jen. It changed real quick.
It's okay.
Give me a sec. Oh.
He's saying bring Mary up.
Yes.
Hi.
Yes, I got it. I got her.
Hello, Mary.
Hi, Habibi Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum, Habibi. Danny, he's telling you there's like fire. He's telling you there's boom, boom. It's an honor to meet you, my love, Danny. It's an honor to meet you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I got that because I can hear it.
Yes, he's saying this boom, boom.
Sounds very close.
It is, Danny. It's very close to him where he's at. And he said that he loves you and his family loves you.
I love them. I love him.
طيب.
يا محمد حبيبي كمل.
كيف حالك ماري؟ إن شاء الله بخير.
الحمد لله حبيبي والله إحنا همين همشم يا حبيبي يا محمد إحنا همين همشم. ترجمت لها يا محمد قلت لها يوم أنت قلت في حريقة وفي قصف وفي قصف.
ايه ماري ايه حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. طيب ماري يعني ايه الوضع الانساني داخل غزه صعب جدا. الاحتلال ينذر لنا بالنزوح جنوب قطاع غزه. اكثر من 1,000,000 نازح موجودين داخل شمال القطاع. يريد منهم الاحتلال الاخلاء الى المناطق الجنوبيه لمدينه غزه. لا يوجد متسع في المناطق الجنوبيه لمدينه غزه. أوضاع صعبة وكارثية. الناس داخل الشمال ما معها شيكل واحد تنزح. والوضع صعب ومأساوي. وانت عارفة الوضع الإنساني متفاقم داخل القطاع. لا يوجد طعام، لا يوجد شراب، لا يوجد ناس مال حتى ينزحوا. لا يوجد لديهم المال حتى يشتروا.
خلينا نترجم يا محمد. He's saying, Danny, there's
تمام داني.
1,000,000 people that have nothing, starving. They're trying to move them either to the north or south, if I'm not mistaken. That's what he's saying.
Right.
It's very dire, the situation. It's very dire. They have nothing. They have not one penny. That's what he told me. They have not one penny to spend. That's what he told me right now. Nothing. And they're trying to move them. You know what's going on, Danny, right? They're trying to take over Gaza City.
Right. And he's in Gaza City, right?
Yes, that's where he's at right now.
That's
yes. Yes, that's where he's at in Gaza City.
Yes, thank you for interpreting. For those of you all who have coins and you are able to, if you can gift Muhammad,
please don't gift me. Please, you guys, don't gift me my love. Gift Muhammad, please. Don't gift me at all. Don't give me nothing. I don't want nothing.
Did you hear? I heard. That was loud.
He's saying, oh my God.
Ya Allah, Ya Allah. انفجار عنيف يهز مدينة غزة. انفجار عنيف وضخم يهز مدينة غزة الآن.
He said it's very strong, very strong. It's just fucking heartbreaking. I'm sorry, Dan, to curse.
No, I say fuck all the time. You're fine.
It's just disgusting that we're watching this, and they're doing this to the Palestinian, which I'm Palestinian, Danny, but I'm from the West Bank, my family.
Okay.
And people are sitting there, especially our leaders, or so-called Muslim leaders, they're not Muslim to me. They're Zionist garbage, and they're watching this as they're being unalived, and they're not doing nothing, Dani. It's disgusting. And then you have this orange-faced piece of garbage here,
right,
cheering him on. He's cheering Netanyahu on while they're doing this.
This is crazy.
This has been like this, Dani. This has been like this, my love, for the past 78 years. What we've been going through, Dani. And this is what, Muhammad is trying to explain to the world, because a lot of people don't want to believe this is going on. Yes, it is. This was never about H group. This was all about taking the land, taking the gas, taking the oil that's worth trillions of dollars, Dani.
Thank you, Lola.
This is all about the land, all about the gas, the oil that's worth in Gaza trillions of dollars, and everyone wants it. But they want to unalive the innocent people of the land to take it.
So, Mary, can you ask Mohammed if he knows Raja Press? I do not, and so I'm careful with who I bring up.
محمد بتقول لك داني بتعرف عن رجب؟ What is it called, Dani, sweetie? What is it called?
ماري، يعني احنا امام فصل من فصول الاباده الجماعيه داخل القطاع. نحن امام فصل من فصول الاباده الجماعيه لاحتلال قتل اكثر من 65,000 شهيد منذ بدء العمليه العسكريه على قطاع غزه منذ 7 من اكتوبر. اكثر من 65,000 شهيد، عشرات الالاف ما زالوا تحت الانقاض من الشهداء.
هم بقولوا يا محمد
أعداد كبيرة من الجرحى، أكثر من 150,000 جريح داخل القطاع.
محمد أنت قلت 65,000، هم بقولوا هنا تقريبا 200,000، يعني اللي تحت يا محمد. Okay, he's saying since October 7th, there's been 65,000 unalive. But now it's almost 2,000 plus, Dani. 2,000 plus the people under the rubble.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I know who that is. Yeah, he's pressed, too. Yes, he's pressed, Dani.
Okay, that's what I was asking, because, I don't know, and I'm always careful.
Yes, he is. He's pressed. Yes, he is. He's from Gaza.
Okay.
Salam alaikum. He's from Gaza too.
السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم دنا. السلام عليكم جميعا. حبيبي محمد، من بدري بعت لك وانت مش شايف شكلك، وهي بتسألك عن فكرة.
حبيبي لازم قطعتك. Yeah, he's from Preston. Yeah, he's from Gaza.
Okay.
محمد.
الله يسعدك. ثانك يو. شكرا ماري. تفضل
محمد حبيبي، بدك في شيء تكون
معك
في شيء بدك تكون اخرى يا محمد.
ده ماري، أنا مش سامعك كويس، النت بقطع. النت عندي بقطع، آسف.
He said his internet is cutting off, Dani. Okay, yeah, his internet is cutting off.
Okay.
رجاء في شيء بدك تقولهم عشان اترجم لك.
So for those of you all who aren't on TikTok, Mohammed is live. You can hear the booms from you can hear the planes. He's in Gaza City. It's just wow. It's just a lot.
Your internet, Dani's cutting off. Both of them, Raja and Muhammad's internet, they're cutting off.
Okay, it's okay.
Dani, they have no electricity, no running water, Dani. This is how disgusting. This is what the Zionist entity does. If you ever go on live with them and they're on live at nighttime, you see there's no power at all.
Yeah.
No power.
They were on, Mohammed was on, but it was like a week or so ago that he was on, and he was sharing his camera with us, so we could see explosions in the distance and that sort of thing.
You know what else he told me, Danny? I was on a live with him probably a week ago. He was telling me he was trying to raise money for a water truck. Mm-hmm. A water truck. That's what he was telling me. He was trying to raise money for a water truck. That's only $400. So I asked him, does he have a GoFundMe or a PayPal? Because my mother passed away, Danny. In honor of my mother, we want to give out to the people of Gaza.
Make sure you say GFM, because if they think that...
I'm sorry. Yeah, GFM. I'm sorry, Danny.
Yeah.
And I told him, because he don't have that my family wants to send to them. But I know that the only donation that I know is like Solar Palestine and One for Hope, which they're on the ground. Right. And I asked him, is he close to them? So I sent him, I don't know if he got it. I kind of shared it with him so they can help him when my family, when we donated, so he could get some of that and the people on the ground could get some of that. Because that's how we do in my religion, Danny. When somebody passes away, you have to give in that person's name. That's what I want to do for my people, and not just for my people, the people of Sudan, the people of Congo, the people of Somalia. It don't matter where. You know what I mean, Danny? Right. And he told me this a week ago that he was trying to raise money for a water truck. Yeah. That's what, Muhammad. I think his internet went down.
معك
حبيبي
معك
قلت لها يا محمد
معك يا ماري
لما انت قلت لي ان انت عشان المصاري الميه للتراك فقلت لها يعني شو could you bring up please New York for Palestine? Yes,
I got him already.
قلت لها يا حبيبي عن يوم انت قلت لنا ان انت بدك 400 ريال مشان الميه للتراك للميه. So, hi, Habib. Assalamu alaikum, New York for Palestine.
Habib, Hi, Danny. I discovered your TikTok like about a month ago, and I'm so appreciative.
يعني ماري
Hi, Muhammad.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Habib.
يعني ماري أنا تحديدا للحالة الإنسانية داخل القطاع. الحالة الإنسانية صعبة جدا وكارثية. يعني الحصول على المياه صعبة جدا، الحصول على الطعام صعب جدا. الطعام المتواجد داخل قطاع غزة يدخل بأسعار خيالية جدا، لا أحد يستطيع شراء الطعام أو الحصول على بعض من الطعام. الاحتلال يمنع دخول المساعدات الإنسانية داخل القطاع. لا يمكن تأمين المساعدات الإنسانية، يتم سرقتها وبيعها بالأسواق بأسعار خيالية جدا من قبل أعوان الاحتلال.
حبيبتي NYC, did you get there, حبيبتي? I kind of cut off.
No, actually, I'll be honest with you. I can't translate. What? I'm not fluent in Arabic. So I'm really sorry.
Yes. Okay, 1 minute.
ماري بس معلش الانترنت ضعيف والصوت حيصلك تأخر. إذا في مجال مداخلة استكمل حديث زميلي محمد.
حبيبتي NYC, did you get there? He was saying, Danny.
فأنا من هذا المنطلق الأمر صعب جدا صار داخل القطاع.
He's saying, Danny,
everything
with the food. Habibti NYC, did you get some of that, Habibti? Because I was my phone was cutting off.
I was saying that I'm not fluent in Arabic, so I'm unable to translate. But Iskander below was saying that he's saying that a lot of the aid gets stolen.
Yes, and the prices are high.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and it's stolen by Danny. It's not by H Group. It's stolen by this other gang that was put by the Zionist entity to do that.
So I want to explain. Somebody asked me, how do the coins help? That's his internet. He's lost. So listen, the coins are when you withdraw coins on TikTok.
Yeah, he said the idea steals the aid. Yes, I know that Skender. I was gonna translate that. Yes, ya Muhammad. Oh yes, Habibi Raja. Oh, Muhammad's internet got cut off. Assalamu alaikum.
ماري اسمعي.
سامعك.
مرحبا ماري، كيف حالك؟ معلش
الحمد لله.
الانترنت ضعيف، صوتي متاخر. كنت بدي استكمل حديث زميلي محمد انه المرحله القادمه في قطاع غزه ستكون صعبه جدا جدا جدا، ما لو لم يتم التوصل لاتفاق وهدنه بين الطرفين اللي هو الاتشيغوب وقوة الاحتلال الإسرائيلي والحكومة الإسرائيلية الصهيونية. النزوح من الآن بدأ من قطاع غزة، مدينة غزة، إلى جنوب القطاع. هذا الأمر سيكون كارثة إنسانية كبيرة على قطاع غزة، وتحديدا المنطقة الجنوبية من القطاع، لما يعني يقع فيها أكثر من 800,000 نازح. 800,000 نازح، المنطقة الجنوبية ممتلئة عن بكرة أبيها، لا يوجد مساحات إضافية لاستقبال أي نازح جديد، وهذا حيدخلنا إلى كارثة إنسانية كبيرة ومتفاقمة في ظل عدم وجود المياه، عدم وجود الغذاء، عدم وجود الإمكانيات، عدم وجود العلاج، عدم وجود الإمكانيات الصحية داخل المنطقة الجنوبية. تفضل ماري.
Yeah, Habibi, Iskander's translating everything in there. That's what he said.
Yeah, Iskander, I just brought Iskander up. And so Iskander is saying that if no agreement is reached, then the Zionists will displace everyone to the south. Yeah, that's why I brought Iskander up.
He's saying 8,000 people, 8,000. They're trying to move the 800,000. That's what he said.
Right. And I need for you all to remember, this is not like displacements. I don't like that word. Right. I think it's important for us. It's forced removal. It is an ethnic cleansing.
Yes, it is, Dani.
Yeah, that is taking place. And so I want everybody to understand what that means. For those of you all who are asking, the coins get withdrawn into PayPal. And that is, PayPal is global, right? So that is a way that they can be supported. If you go to my link tree, I have several different links that are in there. So there's a link in my link tree for Abu Sarraj. His GFM is in there. There's A-Money is sending me some more links, but right now what is there is you'll see Abu Sarraj. There's a link for there. There's also the second link that's there. That is a fundraiser specifically for my daughter's friend. And then there is a book that is listed there as well. The more links that I get for GFMs and ways to support, I will put them in the link tree for people.
Dani, so if I may say a few words to you, because I know that you do have people on the panel, but I wanted to tell you, because I've heard you speak a lot of times, especially I see the distraught, like you look distraught too, and it's a lot to take on, but thank you for taking that on and being a voice to speak out. And I just wanted to share a little bit of my experience. I'm a New York City public teacher. I work for the New York City Department of Education. I've been a special ed teacher for 6 years. And, I do have Palestinian family. I'm not Palestinian myself, but my brother-in-law is Palestinian. So my nephews are half Palestinian and mixed. When I heard about what happened on October 7th, I didn't feel right. None of it sat right with me, but I needed to know the truth. And as a teacher, I had to go and do my own research, I had to be in solitude and really find out the truth for myself. If you guys click my profile and you click the link in my link tree, there is a link to an X feed of all of what happens in the West Bank. And it's just the subtler violence and what happens to children that are taken in the West Bank. Once you expose yourself to all of this information, and it's so much information, you start to feel and make sense. Like I heard you yesterday, you were saying that you were making sense of what's happening here. And it's all finally making sense and very clear from the past to the present, even when it comes down to sensitive topics like September 11th. I've seen the NATO summit in Chicago where veterans were denouncing their medals, and they were talking about how there was no WMDs in that time. It was all a lie. So it connects back to Palestine and what we're currently seeing now. So I just encourage everyone, this is I love how you are platforming everyone to be able to speak and share information. And that's what we have to continue to do, in person, offline, online, every platform. Unfortunately, when we look at ourselves as Americans, I've always wondered myself, like, why are certain highways not fixed yet? Or why is certain neighborhoods or schools poorly not funded enough? Why are children being stripped away from resources that they deserve to get as like an American, seeing the students? So when you finally now understand and realize how compromised the American government is, politicians, APAC, you start to really, it does anger you. It is going to upset you. And then you see DC, the ICE raids, everything that's happening. And then it connects back to the priority is Israel. The priority is unaliving children. The priority is making sure that their livelihoods are good, while people like us are maybe paying $2,000 for a crown at a dentist visit, or debating whether they should order out or if they should save this last $40 for gas. Right. People are being put in those types of situations. So I'm happy and appreciative of you. I just wanted to share that with you. And I do post a lot as well about what's happening. And just encouraging people to watch documentaries, just to let everyone know about the West Bank. There's women that give birth in the checkpoints, just waiting to get across. So imagine you going to Target, and that Target would be a 10-minute ride. For a Palestinian, it would turn into a 2 to 4 hour travel, because they have to go on a certain road or they have to go on a certain street. So you making yourself, vulnerable and listening and learning, that's exactly what also I had to do. And just as a testament to, I have a brother-in-law that's Palestinian. I asked him, why haven't you ever told us? Why haven't you said anything to us about this? And he told me that, this is just normal. This is how we live. This is not a big, they have normalized their oppression.
Yeah.
And, me knowing this now is oh my goodness, I even have family and have Palestinian friends, grew up around Palestinian people all my life, and they've never told us about this. So this isn't made up. I think it's just more, it's been silent, and there has been protests in the past, but this happened October 7th to really, truly wake up the entire world on literally everything. Now people are learning about gator babies. Now people are learning about what happened in the past, the real history of slavery and times. So I don't want to monologue, but I just want to give that perspective to you.
Thank you so much. My thing is, Dani, I lived there as a child for 9 years. I know what they do, Dani. They did it to my grandpa. When my grandpa was picking olives from his tree, my grandpa's village is called Bet Hanina. I think it's in East Jerusalem. Right. And they came in, the settlers, Dani, and they beat up my grandpa for no reason, just because he was in his own land picking. This is what they do, Dani. They go into homes. And I'm going to tell you what happened, Dani, a week ago. My brother-in-law, he passed away, Dani. He passed away of a heart attack. And they were mourning my brother-in-law, they were mourning him. And they came in, Dani, and arrested people while they were mourning my brother-in-law for no reason. And this is not even anywhere in Gaza. This is in the West Bank, near the Mullah. Mm-hmm. And they came in, Dani, for no reason and started arresting people. They hog-tied so many elderly people for no reason, Dan. This is what they do. I lived there. I've seen it with my own eyes, what they do. Especially the settlers, Dani. They think that it's their land. They come in there, they attack Palestinians, they take their sheep, they go into their homes, raid their refrigerators, even take their refrigerators, Dani. They do all this all the time. Like NYC said, I have family right now in the West Bank, Dani, that can't even say Free Palestine on their post. If they do, they get arrested. This is what happens on a daily basis, Dani.
That's great. Mohammed Habibi, I want to know how he's doing.
Muhammad.
Thank you, Iskander.
So maybe it's her mic, and maybe I don't know, because I can hear Mary just fine, but maybe you can't for some reason.
Right.
I think his connection's probably weak.
It is probably so.
I I'm sorry, go ahead, Skender. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, Mary would be the subject matter expert when it comes to Arabic translation. I'm learning it now as a third language as a grown man, and so most of the Arabic I know is which is the Arabic that you hear in the Gulf, so, like Quranic Arabic. So Mary's translations are probably better than mine, but in case something happens to her connection, I'll be like a backup translator.
I love it. Thank you. I appreciate all of you all. I really do appreciate everybody that it takes a village, and for everybody that is willing to translate, for the people that are in Gaza and are willing to share with us in real time what's happening, right? It takes every single one of us, and so I'm very appreciative. You know, when Mohammed says to me, you know, I love you, my family loves you, like I'm not, I feel like of course, like I love him, I love them, and I feel like, oh my God, I'm like, I just got on TikTok and I'm just, you know what I mean, and like it's like I just
yeah, it's tough. You want to know how to tell him that you love him in
well,
Arabic?
no, like I mean, I know he heard me say I love him, but like how do I like
say uhibuk. Like you say like uhibuk, like I love you, brother.
Say بحبك.
Oh yeah, that's just the Levantine way. Yeah.
Look, Dani بتحبك. بتحب Chilchim. We love you, Dani, too. We love you, Dani.
I think my thing is if like I got messages from them yesterday after the live, and they were just like, you know, they were so gracious. And are you saying Pataibuk? Is that what you're saying? Pataibuk? Is that what you're saying? I can't. I don't know if I'm saying it. Pataibuck. Pataibuk.
وصار بحبك
بحبك.
Yeah, there it is, Dani. You said it.
بحبك. Okay. I just feel like I feel like there's so much gratitude and so much love coming from Mohammed and Bilal and so many of the Palestinian folks that I've gotten to know, and I feel like it's for such a little thing. You know what I mean? Like it's for such a little. It's just I wish I could do more, or you know what I mean? I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to express it. Sorry, Jen. Give me 1 second. I need to do Frida real quick, and then I'll bring Jen back up. You get what I mean?
We love Frida. محمد بتقول لك داني بتحبك.
جماعة الخير يعني ماري.
نعم. Hi Mary.
وانا بحبها والله كتير، وانا بحبها كتير داني حبيبتي، ديري بالك. داني حبيبتي يسعد لي قلبها. ماري
نعم حبيبي.
ماري، بهاي اللحظات الصعبة انفجار يعني قصف عنيف يستهدف المناطق الشرقية لمدينة غزة، وتحديدا حي الصبرة وحي الزيتون. الحديث يدور عن قصف عنيف بهاي المناطق تهز أرجاء مدينة غزة الآن.
He's saying Dani is very very booming in that area. It's dire Dani, if I'm not mistaken. That's what he's saying. It's very dire where he's at right now. I don't know, Dani.
He's saying Al Sabra and Al
Sabra in Al Zaytun, in Al Zaytun, yes.
Yeah, that's what's getting hit right now. He was saying the eastern areas.
Mary?
Yeah, you can hear it. You can hear it, Dani. You can hear it right now.
Okay. Hi, Dani. I've been following.
قبل قليل أيضا استكمال لحديث محمد. قبل قليل تم إبلاغ الدكتور محمد أبو سلمية مدير عام مجمع الشفاء في غزة وضع خطة معينة من قبل الاحتلال، وضع معينة لا مستشفى مجمع الشفاء وباقي المستشفيات في قطاع غزة في لم يتم التوصل إلى اتفاق تهدئة أو هناك أمر إخلاء لمدينة غزة، يعني وضع خطة فيما لو تم هناك أمر لإخلاء مدينة غزة، أن يكون وضع خطة معينة لإخلاء مجمع شفاء إلى المناطق الجنوبية.
Iskandar Habibi, he was cutting off. I couldn't get all of it. He was cutting off.
Okay. Again, go ahead.
I was going to say, he was saying that there was a hospital that was being targeted and a doctor that was being targeted, and that there's an evacuation order for Gaza City. So that there's, in the coming, like there will soon be a plan that's going to be put in place. And that if there's an order to evacuate, then there needs to also be a plan to put in place to evacuate from the Al-Shifa complex, to migrate south to the southern regions of the Gaza Strip.
The thing that worries me about, not worries me, but that concerns me about
اسكندر، اسف على المقاطعه قبل كل شيء. يعني لو بدي احكي لك تم اجلاءنا الى المناطق الجنوبيه لمدينه غزه، سيكون هناك كارثه انسانيه بمعنى الكلمه لا يوجد لدى النازحين، لدى سكان شمال قطاع غزه ولا النازحين خيام حتى تأويهم من حر هذا الصيف أو من برد الشتاء أو من الأمطار التي ستأتي في الشتاء. لا يوجد لديهم مآوي، لا يوجد لديهم أدنى مقومات الحياة، لا يوجد لديهم مال حتى يتم نزوحهم إلى المناطق الجنوبية إلى قطاع غزة. ستكون هناك كارثة بمعنى الكلمة. كل من سيبقى في شمال قطاع غزة سيتم قتله من قبل هذا الاحتلال النازي، من قبل هذا الاحتلال من أسوأ ما أنجبت البشرية على هذه الأرض.
I know he said about some tents, Iskandar, if I'm not mistaken, and there's no food.
Yeah, he was saying, so I'll do the best I can with this. So he's saying that he apologized first for interrupting. He's being very polite. I even turned it out in the comments. And he was saying that he wants to tell everyone about how much they've moved to the south, and that they're out of tents, no more tents for anybody, for the people that were displaced out of the north, or for the displaced people. There's also a lot of he's mentioning heat as well during the summer, and he was saying that for like the cold of the winter, for any rain, there's nothing to protect the displaced people, so that's a problem. And then he said that they don't even have like minimum necessities, so like there's no money. He was saying that if they have to move to the south, then it's going to be like a true catastrophe, and basically everyone who remains is going to be unalived in exchange for basically like one of the worst occupations and ethnic cleansing campaigns that's like ever been known to them. Basically, is what he was saying. I'm trying to kind of summarize that too, just for the sake of brevity and time.
Yeah, I got it.
And this is their agenda from the get-go.
الأحجار يهز مدينة خان يونس الآن يا ماري. الأحجار يهز مدينة خان يونس.
حبيبي رجع مش سامعينك. He's cutting off. I can't hear Raja. He's cutting off Iskandar. I didn't get what he said. I heard something about Khan Yunis, but he cut off. Yeah, this was their plan.
Khan Yunis was being targeted. That's what I caught.
Yeah. Okay. But this was their plan, Dani, all along. Right now, I just got a message saying that Netanyahu said that he's gonna free Gaza. This is what they do, Dani. They move them to one area, then they start booming them.
Right, and that was my point, is that I think that this quote unquote displacement to the south makes me concerned that wherever they are being displaced to, they will be targeted there. You know what I mean? So that's my concern. What time is it in Gaza City? What time is it?
I think it has to be like 8 o'clock, Dani.
At night. Yeah, I know it's nighttime. I just didn't know what time.
Almost 9 o'clock, Dani. Almost 9.
I want to let Frida get in really quickly.
Okay, thank you, Dani. Like I had previously stated, I've been watching you for quite some time. You might see my name pop up here and there. And I'm going to try not to get emotional. But sis, kudos to you. Kudos to you for listening, learning, and sharing about the beautiful Palestinian people. I'm a senior. I may not speak eloquently, but you have no idea how happy I am to see you taking up for these people. Phenomenal blessings to you and your family. I so appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I've watched this since October 8th, when it first began. And so much I did not know.
Yeah.
So many different things about the chosen ones, the chosen people.
Yeah.
And you spoke about it earlier, and it was pretty much drilled in our heads.
Mm-hmm.
And I became completely baffled, because I'm saying, okay, the word of God says, or what was taught, these are chosen people. But how are they chosen, God? How are they chosen? But I continue to sit and to listen to Mary, A-Money, all of them, Rima, Covey, everyone. And I continue to sit and to listen. And yes, I did struggle. I did battle. But they're not chosen. They're not chosen. That's the reality. And I had a hard time with it.
Yeah.
But again, I don't want to keep you. I don't want to interfere. But I just want to let you know, wow, just wow.
Back at you.
Wow.
Frida, we love you so much. Frida's been with us since day one. We love her so much, Dani. She's an amazing woman like you. She has a heart of gold. We love you, Habibti Frida. We love you so much. And for you to say that, Habibti Frida, I talked to a pastor, you guys, my neighbor next door, to a pastor. She went to church. I'm sorry, Habibi. She went to church and she told me that her pastor, this is the first time ever I heard this, Dani and Frida, that her pastor said, they are not the chosen ones. It does not say in our Bible that chosen people should unalive innocent civilians.
That's right.
And God bless this pastor. He came out with us to go protest. He asked me, can he come out? And I said, yes, he can come out. And he said in our Bible, it does not say that they can unalive innocent civilians or bless Israel. Anything in the Bible.
Right.
We love you.
Right.
We love you.
And I'm going to end with this. What is it they say? I'll land my plane. Know that you have my full support, Dani. I may not say much, but I will be in the live. I will be there. Okay? And you take care of Dani. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming when so much information is coming to you and dispelling the things that you may have once thought. But take care of Dani. Okay? Please do that for me. Okay. Be blessed.
I appreciate you, Frida. Love you. Love you.
Love you too, Frida. We love you, Habibti. Dani, you're like me, Habibti. You're a grandma. I'm a grandma.
Yeah.
We love you, Dani, Habibti.
يا ماري شكرا لمشاعرها نبيلة شكرا
Thank you all.
He's thanking you, Dani. Not just thanking you.
صادقة وقوفة جنة. دموعها غالية علينا
والله. You said your tears are expensive for them, Dani.
كل الاحترام كل He wishes that God takes you to heaven.
Yes, and he said, what did he say in Arabic? That her tears are expensive, Habibi Raja. We love you, Dani. This is us, Dani. The Iskandar knows, Habibi Iskandar. This is us Palestinian people. We love everyone. Don't ever believe, Dani, they say we want to unalive ourselves. You know how we unalive people, Dani? While we shove food down people's throats. This is how we unalive people, by loving you, being there for you guys. I swear to God, that's how we unalive people. We push food down people's throats. We welcome you into our home. That's how we unalive people, Dani.
Right.
That's us Palestinians.
Yeah, another thing too, I'm not even Palestinian, by the way. I mean, my dad is just a white guy, has of Scandinavian descent, and my mom is Lebanese. So I'm not even Palestinian, and yet I co-sign everything.
You are Palestinian, Skandar. Everyone that supports Palestine is Palestinian. Every single one of you guys that we love so much, you are Palestinian. You are in my heart, Dan. You guys don't understand. When I see people coming out to protest with us, every single one of you, Leah, I love you, Habibti Leah. You are Palestinians. We love you guys so much. We support you 100 million%. And God bless everyone that supports Palestine. We love you guys, Dani. Wallah, Dani, Habibti, I'm honored to be on your panel.
I am honored to have you all. So, yesterday I told you all I had therapy after my live yesterday. It was good timing. And hold on, he's talking.
Mary.
نعم حبيبي.
يعني أنا بحب أتشكر داني كثير من خلال هذا البث الكريم اللي بتقوم فيه وبتنشر معاناتنا ومعاناة شعبنا وتطلعات الشعب الفلسطيني وخصوصا داخل قطاع غزة ونشر هذه الإبادة الجماعية علينا وعلى أبناء شعبنا. وبشكر كل الموجودين وبقوموا بدعمنا ووقفوا معنا. بتمنى منك انك تشكري ليهم كثير وانه احنا من داخل غزة بنحبهم كثير وشكرا لهم هم موجودين بقلوبنا.
واو حبيبي خليني
واتمنى انه هي رسالة.
خليني أترجم. He says he loves to come on your panel and he supports everyone that supports the Palestinian. He loves you guys from the bottom of his heart. That's what he said. Everyone in the comments that comes and supports. And Dani, he says he loves you. He's telling you guys how much he loves everyone that supports the Palestinian people. If I'm not mistaken, that's what he said. If I'm not, because I know sometimes I love the people of Palestine. The people of Gaza hit different to me because they are the heroes on the ground. I'm going to say it. I love my West Bank people, but Gaza, the people of Gaza are different than anyone because they always stand on their truth. And I love them so much, Frida. And I'm sorry, Dani. I love them so much, and they love everyone. They love you guys all. That's what he's saying. They love you guys all, and he loves coming to your panel. That's what he's saying.
I love having him. I love having him.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, that's what he's saying. Muhammad Habibi, Allah yahmiki min Rabbi, Allah yakif ma'chim. حسبي الله عليهم حسبي الله عليهم الصحيحية الله يربي ياخذهم من هالدنيا. I just told him, God bless them. I told him God bless them, and I hope the Zionist entity gets wiped off the map. Inshallah this happens because this is what we've been dealing with, Dani, for 78 years. And I know, Dani, once they're done with Gaza, they're going to come to the West Bank. They're already in the West Bank, Dani.
Yeah.
They're building settlements. They're already taking settlements. Dani, my mom passed away 2 weeks ago. It will be two weeks today. And Dani, my mom still has the keys to the deeds to her home and her keys. I have them. And someone right now is sitting in my mom's home, a settler squatter, sitting in my mom's home right now. And I have her keys and her deed to her home.
That is so crazy. So I don't know, Raylene, that they have priorities for GFM funding. What I will say is that Abu Sarraj is the GFM that was shared with me so far. And then the second fundraiser that is in the link tree is from my daughter's friend who is doing medical aid. So so those are the two. I'll love back to you, Raja. Yeah. So either Mary or
Allah.
You hear it?
Yeah, you hear it,
Ya
Danny?
Allah.
He said, "Oh my God!" Yeah.
I know. I hear.
انفجار عنيف. انفجار عنيف جدا. يا الله.
الله يحميك من ربي.
حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. يا الله.
He said the boom booming is coming very hard, Danny, and
strong boom. He said.
Yes, these are the God's chosen people doing this, Danny. What God chosen people does this? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know, Danny.
So the distinction that I always make is that this is Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government. I know that I'm always careful not to just talk about like the Israeli people simply because they aren't Benjamin Netanyahu. And the same way that we have Donald Trump here, Israel has Benjamin Netanyahu. And so I know, and so I always keep in mind that while there may be Israeli people who support this, there are Israeli people who do not. And so I know what you're saying and I hear you. I'm also being very careful to make sure that people understand that I'm not being anti-Semitic on the platform.
I'm not saying about them. I'm saying about Netanyahu that has the whole them brainwashed to thinking this. He's the evil one. He's the monster because we see them protesting, Danny.
100%.
Wanting this to end.
100%.
And he's letting it go on and on and on. He's evil. I never seen a man that he could have this much power over America too.
Yes.
Sit in the Senate.
You can go back and see him testifying before Congress in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. Like, yeah, it's been a thing for a long time. Here's what I want to do, just because my grandbabies have come home from school. So I want to spend a little bit of time with them and feed them. But then what I want to do is once they go to bed, come back on. And so if you can let them know that I will be back on in about 5 hours, I will be back on.
محمد حبيبي ورجا داني بدها ترجع بعد 5 ساعات بدها تروح تنيم اولاد بنته واولاد ابنها بعد 5 ساعات بدها ترجع حكيت ولد ابنها ولا بنتها رجعوا من المدرسة. He said they understand, Danny.
Okay. I will be I'll be back.
يوم العافية يا رب يحفظهم ويحميهم.
Thank you so much, Danny.
يحميها هي ويخليها. شكرا لها على وقوفها. تجد الدائم معنا
Danny, for everything.
Thank you, Danny.
Danny, I have another account.
Thank you, Danny. I love you. Allah, sister Danny, I love you.
I love you.
Allah يحميك. Danny, I have another account. I'll probably come on that one. It has on there Malcolm X. And I'll probably come on that account. حبيبي محمد.
Yeah.
بس قبل ما تروحوا هذا حسابي الأصلي. هم متابعين على الاحتياطي. هذا حسابي الأصلي. أتمنى من الجميع متابعتي على حسابي الأصلي. الحمد لله إنه رجع. وبتمنى من المتابعين والكل حتى نقدر ننشر جرائم هذا الاحتلال علينا وعلى أبناء شعبنا. وبتمنى من الكل يتابع حسابي هذا عشان نضل ننشر جرائم هذا الاحتلال.
What he's saying, this is his original account. He said, everyone please follow him on this account. He got his account back.
Yes.
So this is his original account. So everyone follow him.
On this account. Yeah, this is his original. I had to ask yesterday if he had two.
Yes. And follow Raja too. Raja too is in Gaza. He's pressed too. Please follow Raja on the one on top of Muhammad.
Yes.
Yeah, please everyone follow both of them, please.
شكرا ماري، شكرا ماري.
عفوا حبيبيني، عفوا بعد 5 ساعات ترجع. اوكي حبيبيني، بعد 5 ساعات ترجع. الله يربي يحميك، الله يربي كيف ما كان. And here's another one too, Dani. Her name is Sharouk. She has 3 children. Yes, please, Dani. She has 3 children, and her story is very heartbreaking. Inshallah, you want when you come back.
ماري لما ترجع لللايف
انا برجع
لما ترجع على اللايف تعمل لنا مشاركه او شير لنا ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله انا حبيبي على الشير
ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله حبيبي، الله يربي يحميك. بدها تطلع على الكتبه تروح. Thank you, Dani, for having us, sweetie. We love you so much, Dani.
Love you all back.
I'll
see you guys later on this evening, okay, everybody?
Thank you, Dani. Thank you, Dani, so much.
Habibi Raja. Okay. Bye, everybody. Love you all.
Love you.